Okay, I think it's about time to go. I'm already live, I guess. But we're gonna start. So, um hello and welcome to the stream. I guess if you're watching on YouTube, hello and welcome to the stream on YouTube. I don't know, like and subscribe. Today we're gonna be shaking things up a little bit. I've done something like this before. Um but nothing quite like this. It's a lot. Yeah, I've been working really hard, and I haven't really had a chance to eat anything all day. I mean, I was stuffing my face full of food before I went on air. Um, but it's hard. It's hard. I've been busy today. Um, hmm. So I see. I don't know if I should like chill for a while. Maybe people will show up. Sometimes people show up late, you know? Um, but at the same time, I kind of just want to get started, you know? Um, so I think, let's just get into it. Going to the PowerPoint. So before I start, I want to give like a kind of disclaimer, I suppose. This is kind of a new medium for me. And when I say it's kind of a new medium for me, I mean, it's it's something that I'm invested in, like, something I want to do, but at the same time, it's something I don't have a lot of experience with. So, it's like, you know, performance art. It's a performance art, and so, um, it there will be scuff, and it's all gonna be good. So, yeah, let's get started for real. So what is this presentation for? What is the presentation for? What is the presentation called? Well, yeah, I don't care. This presentation is called the Dash Project. And basically, I want to talk to you about Tumblr today. I don't know if you can already tell, but yeah, we're going to talk about Tumblr today. And specifically, we're going to talk about Tumblr within the context of queer communities and internet censorship legislation that requires internet censorship. Yeah, it's kind of a nebulous. There's a lot going on here. Let's put it that way. There's a lot going on here. So, what does a weird SJW website have to do with online censorship? A lot actually. So, um, our first part of this presentation, I suppose, is what's the news. So we're gonna look at some articles. Um, this is like it's kind of hard to explain the like so like I'm streaming, right? And I have to switch between like different frames and I still haven't like quite got the handle of doing that yet. So it's it's gonna be interesting. Let's call it that. So the biggest deal here is Sesta Fosta. So Sesta Fosta is a well, it's the Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act. Um, and then FOSTA is Allow States and Victims to Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act. And I mean, the first thing that you would probably ask, I don't know, what would be the first thing that you would probably ask? Interesting if anybody was here to ask that. Whatever. So no, yeah, like first slide. Let's go back to the first slide. What does it have to do with anything? Well, let's look into the Wikipedia page. I think, and I know this is like kind of frowned upon, but I think it's always interesting. The first thing you do, go look at the Wikipedia page, because while the Wikipedia page may not be the best place to I don't know, get your news from, your in-depth coverage, your I don't know. It sometimes Wikipedia just has the facts, and sometimes all you need is the facts. So, what are these bills? These are the U.S. and House Senate, or U.S. Senate and House bills, that became law on April 11th, 2018. Wow, that's a long time ago. They clarified the country's sex trafficking law to make it illegal to knowingly assist, facilitate, or support sex trafficking, and amended the Section 230 Safe Harbors of the Communications Decency Act, which made online services immune from civil liability for the actions of their users. Can y'all see when I highlight it? Yes, you can see when we highlight things. Great. So yeah, which made online, it made them liable for the actions of their users. I'm getting like very confused by the way this Wikipedia page is written. Am I able to? Yeah, okay. I've been like experimenting with the noise gate. And basically the noise gate prevents like background noise. So like if my cat jumps off the bed and knocks something over, you won't be able to hear it, even though I will. Oh, whoa, somebody is in the chat. Oh, hey. Great, thank you. So there is a little bit of a lag with the chat. It's not quite like Zoom where like everything is very immediate. And also my Twitch overlay is not working, so I cannot see comments right as they appear. Let me get my let me get over on my phone. Oh, it's not working on my phone either. Why is this going on? See, this is part of the live. This is why I love the live streaming, because there's just so much stuff, and it's like it's my environment. I am one with the stuff. Let's try to get this up and running though. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. I mean, I'll just like look back often, I guess. So yeah, there is going to be a little bit of delay. I think the last time I calculated the delay was like 12 seconds. But anyway, so basically these laws are designed to prevent sexual exploitation and sex trafficking. Do they do that though? Well, you know, not really, not particularly. So let's see. I don't know. Do we want to keep going with the Wikipedia page? Let's just do a little bit of looking. So the writing on behalf of the U.S. Department of Justice Assistant Attorney General Stephen Boyd addressed the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Bob Goodlate, expressing concerns that the provisions of the bill would make it even harder to prosecute sex traffickers. So, is sex trafficking easier to prosecute? No, not really. So the bill did not do what it was intended to do. I continue to be deeply troubled that this bill's approach would make it harder to catch dangerous criminals, that it will favor big tech companies at the expense of startups, and that it will stifle innovation. So what does that mean? That's oh my gosh. Very flustered right now. I don't know if you can tell. Okay, so basically what that means is that the bill, rather than being designed to, you know, prosecute and place the liability on actual sex traffickers, it prosecutes and places the liability on the site that allows that platforms these people. And the problem with a lot of that is that most of these platforms do not engage in a lot of content moderation. We all know that I mean, maybe we don't all know, but we should all know that Twitter is notably very recalcitrant to go after certain people on, certain ends of the political spectrum. I mean, how long did it take for Trump to finally get kicked off of Twitter? Very long. It took very long. So, these corporations are not really designed for censorship because they're so huge. When you have a million people, it's very difficult to go through every single one of those million people and decide, oh yeah, you're posting something explicit, you're posting something inappropriate, and to do that by hand. So what often happens is that algorithms are used to do that, and we'll get into that later. So, let's go to our next article. This is a little interesting tidbit I found. Steve Jobs reiterates, folks who want porn can buy an Android phone. So if you know anything about the history of the Tumblr porn ban, Festa Fosta is in the maybe not the vague immaterial distance, but it's in the backs of everybody's minds. Then the Tumblr app gets booted off of the iPhone store, and everybody's freaking out. Why is the Tumblr app been booted off of the iPhone store? Well, because Steve Jobs feels that if you Steve Jobs thinks that if you want porn, you should go to buy an Android phone. And so I think this is an interesting comment here. There's a porn store for Android. You can download nothing but porn. You can download porn. Your kids can download porn. That's a place we don't want to go. So we're not going to go there. And I think this comment really calls into the question of, this is something we're going to get into later too, the difference between pornography, and the erotic. And so, yeah, we're going to get into that later. But just have that in the back of your mind, Think about that. What is porn? What is the erotic? What's the difference? Are they the same? Can we reasonably tell in all situations? Next article. Trump signs controversial FOSTA bill targeting online sex trafficking. So, first we had Steve Jobs, and we had the iPhone store, and we had Tumblr getting kicked off of the iPhone store. Now we have, and all of these articles, except for the Wikipedia one, are arranged in, actually, see, I'm already, there's a process here. There's a method to madness. So we're going to take that, and we're actually going to plop it down. What are the important details? I'm putting my cart before my horse. Okay, so we're going through all of these articles so we can find, important little details and tidbits. So this is an important detail. An important tidbit, I feel. Let's see. I say a lot. Interesting. Okay, so this is from April 12th, 2018, and it was updated April 12th, 2018. So we're gonna take that, and we're gonna just go and we're gonna plop it down here. Can we do that? We can do that. Maybe it's not the beginning of the timeline. What's the beginning of the timeline? Oops. Oh yeah. You guys. Oh my gosh. This is this is another thing where like I said, I'm new to the genre of the Twitch stream. So this is what I'm doing when I say I'm gonna plop something down. So I'm taking it and I'm putting it here on this timeline, and then I'm taking quotes and I'm putting them up here. What's going on over there? So there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is what I'm doing. I'm going to the articles, I'm taking things from the articles. We're putting things from the articles onto the PowerPoint. See, this is there's gonna be so. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, back to Firefox. We have like 3 main tabs. We have the PowerPoint, we have the Firefox, and we have Microsoft Edge, which is where my articles are. I don't know how much we're gonna go into Microsoft Edge, but it's definitely there. Okay, back to the articles. So, Trump Trump signs controversial FOSTA bill. I need to actually mute myself for just like a second so I can do something. Okay, I'm back. It should be easier to talk now. There's like a few things you can do if you're bad at elocution, and which I've learned because I was in Quare for a while, and sometimes you just have to mute your mic and do that. So this is the bill being signed into law. President Trump signed a controversial bill into law on Wednesday that targets online sex trafficking by holding online platforms responsible for user content related to sex work. So what does this mean? User content related to sex work. This means that the nebulous concept of sex work, sex work is a nebulous concept because sex work involves everything from posting feet pics on OnlyFans to showing your butt in a dancing video to stripping to cam stuff to, if you appeared naked and you had sex in a movie, you could be tangentially consider it that, even though maybe not technically, but at the same time, these are all very nebulous definitions. The thing is that it's really hard to pin down one definition of what sex work does. Basically, it's anything that appears or seems or might be kind of sexual, and you're doing it for money. So you're holding online platforms responsible for user content related to sex work. That's a tough concept to handle, I think. Because let's just get to the news. We're not doing anything. It's all in the PowerPoint. Let's see. I'm signing this bill in your honor, Trump said to a group of sex trafficking victims as he signed legislation at the White House. You've endured what no person on earth should ever have to endure, and we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that traffickers are brought to swift and firm justice. Except, as we saw on the Wikipedia page, that's not really the case. So this is going to go a little bit more into what the bill does. What does it do? It allows, targets websites like Craigslist and personal classifieds online platform, Backpage.com. Say that 10 times fast. Which government recently seized and shut down. Websites like these are rife with advertisements for sex work, including both voluntary sex workers and victims, often underage, who are forced into sex trafficking against their will. We are all together, politicians, both Republican and Democrat, signing this and representing this to you in your honor, Trump said of the legislation, which has been hailed by some as a rare bipartisan win. Bipartisan. Fun. The bill was referred to as FOSTA in the House and the Stop Enabling. Maybe it's one of those skills where the more you do it, the more you read things out loud, you get the more better you get at it. So yeah, the bill was referred to as FOSTA in the House and Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act, FOSTA, in the Senate. The version of the bill that passed retained the former acronym. So it's the same bill, just a different name, which is difficult and confusing and annoying. The law has been criticized by many sex workers and advocates because it conflates voluntary sex work with victims trafficked into the industry. So remember, you're posting feet pics on OnlyFans, that's the same as a person who is being trafficked and forced to post feet pics on OnlyFans. I think there's an issue of consent going on here, and I think we need to consider that. Who is consenting to sex work and who is not consenting to sex work? Because the main issue with this legislation is that it doesn't really consider that there are some people who engage in this consensually. Critics also argue that the legislation will only push both sex trafficking and voluntary sex work further underground, which would put both groups in more danger. So what that means is that a lot of sex workers who are posting feet pics on OnlyFans right now find this a safe way to ply their craft, to practice their craft and ply their trade. And if you do not allow them to do that, they will have to go into more dangerous situations in order to make money. So this can mean going back to the streets. So yeah, when websites are shut down, the sex trade is pushed underground, and sex trafficking victims are forced into even more dangerous circumstances. When website sites, we just sometimes news articles like quote themselves, and like I get it, it looks nice, it's very pretty, but like, So yeah, that was Jean Bruggeman, executive director of Trafficking Victim Resource Group, Freedom Network USA. So this person might be a reliable source and know what they're talking about when it comes to this issue. Brickhouse, the communications director for Sex Work Outreach Project USA, described the legislation as internet censorship, that's going to come up a lot, last summer, without proper ways to establish identity, set service boundaries, and screen people properly. This bill could turn casual meetups into life or death situations. So once again, when you're selling feet pics, on OnlyFans, it's a lot safer than selling feet pics on the street. So I have to be like a little bit metaphorical because I don't want to get my account shut down. So yeah, I don't exactly know what the specific boundaries for like talking about these subjects are yet, and I would like to push at those boundaries, but I don't know exactly what they are. So it's going to be interesting to negotiate that. So anyway, since 2007, just over 22,000 sex trafficking cases have been reported in the U.S., according to advocacy group Polaris. As Trump signed the bill, many sex trafficking victims and family members looked on in support. One survivor, identified as M.A., dabbed, like the dance? They dabbed? Excuse me. I'm not a survivor. I'm M.A. It's about damn time, she said. Yeah, so she's dancing. I'm not going to play that because I don't know whether my computer is going to be able to handle it. The legislation influenced many websites, including Craigslist, to shut personal sections before the bill ever landed on Trump's desk. Earlier this week, several Backpage.com executives were indicted on charges that the website allegedly promoted selling underage girls for sex, facilitated prostitution, and subsequently laundered millions of dollars in profits. While the law aims to curb sex trafficking, it puts consensual sex workers at a greater risk because it makes it harder for them to use websites to screen clients and protect their own identities. One sex worker, identified as Mandy, told Newsweek this week that she's devastated and terrified by the legislation. People are going to die. I know that sounds blunt and maybe a little alarmist, but it's not. The most marginalized of us are going to die. Trans people, people of color, poor people are going to die. It's very punchy at the end, but I wish we would have, the article would have had a little bit more focus on like what sex workers are actually saying about this. I mean, it does concern them after all. But let's put let me give you PowerPoint again. Let's put this into our little timeline here. Look at that. So timeliney. Timely. Well, actually, it's from 2018, so I guess it's not exactly timely anymore. And let's move on to our next article. Oh, wrong one. I should move that down to the bottom. Okay. There we go. I'm probably not going to click starting soon again. Okay. Are we there? Okay. A new law intending to serve Wow. A new law intended to curb sex trafficking. Just gonna like take a deep breath. Okay, that's better. A new law intended to curb sex trafficking threatens the future of the internet as we know it. The controversial bill package, FOSTA SESTA, has already impacted sites like Reddit, Craigslist, and Google. And that's just the start. So this is July 2nd, 2018. I'm going to take that. We're going to put it in our PowerPoint. I will not show you putting it into the PowerPoint because, I mean, come on. Do you really want to see that? You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. You just want to see this. Wonder why Craigslist recently killed its infamous personal section? You can thank Congress, and you can start bracing for more deletions and censorship to come. Censorship, that's an issue. It's going to keep coming back. This week, President Trump signed into law a set of controversial bills intended to make it easier to cut down on illegal sex trafficking online. Both bills, the House bill known as FOSTA, we already read it, and the Senate bill known as SESTA, we already read that before, have been hailed by advocates as a victory for sex trafficking victims. Okay. But the bills also poke a huge hole in a famous, long-standing safe harbor rule of the internet, Section 230. So we've seen that before in 1996 Communications Decency Act. So what are these? Usually shorthanded as Section 230 and generally seen as one of the most important pieces of internet legislation ever created, it holds that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Wow, that's a mouthful. In other words, Section 230 has allowed the internet to thrive on user-generated content without holding platforms and ISPs responsible for whatever these users might create. Wow, what does that mean? That means that if somebody posts something illegal on your website, you, the person who allowed them to post it there, are not responsible if you don't immediately take it down. So, but FOSTA SESTA creates an exception to Section 230 that means website publishers would be responsible if third parties are found to be posting ads for prostitution, including consensual sex work on their platforms. The goal of this is supposed to be that policing online prostitution rings gets easier. What FOSTA SESTA has actually done, however, is create confusion and immediate repercussions among a range of internet sites as they grapple with the ruling's sweeping language. Oh, so I guess this is a graphic from Craigslist, CL, about FOSTA. U.S. Congress just passed H.R. 1865 FOSTA, seeking to subject websites to criminal and civil liability when third parties, that's users, misuse online personals unlawfully. Any tool or service can be misused. We can't take such risk without jeopardizing all of our other services. So we are regretfully taking Craigslist personals offline. Hopefully we can bring them back someday. To the millions of spouses, partners, and couples who have met through Craigslist, we wish you every happiness. In the immediate aftermath of SESTA's passage on March 21st, 2018. Did I already get that? Did we get that date on there? Okay, so it passed on March 21st. He signed it in April. Let's put this onto our... Here, I'll show you this because I have to do a little bit of typing. PowerPoint. Not the good kind of passing, though. The bad kind of passing. That's a trans joke. I mean, okay, no, we're not going to mull over the ins and outs of gender presentation and passing. Okay, So, where were we? Numerous websites, back to Firefox, numerous websites took action to censor or ban parts of their platforms in response, not because those parts of the sites were promoting ads for prostitutes, because policing them against the outside possibility that they might was just too hard. So what does that mean? These platforms are huge, and it's impossible to censor every individual post. So instead of doing that, instead of doing the work to keep these communities safe, to keep, the internet actually safe for people who want to express their freedom of speech, which we ostensibly have, online, or should have, I don't even know anymore. It's just, whatever. Instead of doing that, we just ban it all. Ban it all. Ban it all. It's like, when you're in first grade and one of the kids brings candy to school and they eat it and then they, go nuts and they start screaming and running around and like tearing their clothes off. And then the teacher the next day is like, nobody is ever allowed to have candy ever again because this one kid went crazy and tore all their clothes off. That did not happen to me, but I could see it as a possibility. Like that, maybe that's something that I would do. I could totally see that happening. I was an unhinged child. So yeah, all of this bodes poorly for the internet as a whole. After all, many opponents of the bill have pointed out the law doesn't appear to do anything concrete to target illegal sex trafficking directly, and instead threatens to increase violence against the most marginalized. But it does make it a lot easier to censor free speech on small websites, as evidenced by the immediate ramifications that the law has had across the internet. What it was intended to do, they began their respective lines as two different bills created an effort to curb sex trafficking on online sites, in particular Backpage.com. Do we really need to know about Backpage? What it probably won't do. That's relevant information to what we're talking about today. The bill's supporters have framed FOSTA tests as vital tools that will allow officials to police websites and allow sex trafficking survivors to sue those websites for facilitating their victimization. This is a disingenuous portrayal. Disingenuous portrayal, however, because it fails to acknowledge the ways the internet makes it easier for sex workers to do their work safely, whilst making it easier for law enforcement to document and gain evidence about illegal activity. So, if you are posting legally, and the website that you're posting on is not immediately censoring it, then your FBI agent, well, not your FBI agent, it would be the, sex traffickers FBI, the sex traffickers FBI agent would be watching them. And everyone else who went to their page. And, I mean, are they going to do anything about it? I don't know. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. So, there's ample evidence, both anecdotal and research, that giving sex workers a way to advertise, bet, and choose clients online makes them much safer than they are without an online system. Remember, selling free feet pics on OnlyFans is a lot easier than selling free feet pics on the street. Or, not free. Not free, because it's work. So you're selling feet pics. You're just selling. They're not free. You're just selling them. Oh my gosh. When they're forced on the streets to find clients, sex workers have fewer advanced safety precautions in place, no ability to effectively I think I need to drink some water. And now I'm coughing on the water I drank. This is I'm just realizing that this whole entire thing is probably going to take a lot longer than I initially thought it would, and I'm very sorry about that. So, we're also conflating consensual and non-consensual. It's important to note that not differentiating between consensual and non-consensual sex work is part of an international legal standard codified in 2000 United Nations Protocol. Consent is always irrelevant to determine whether a crime of human trafficking has occurred. I take issue with that. Take issue with that. And I take issue with that because, the next line, however, sex workers have argued vociferously that regardless of legal precedent, this conflation makes both consensual and non-consensual sex workers less safe. Yeah. So, anyway, I think we can move on to the next article. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. But it's, look at this warning. I don't know if I could look at that right now. But, okay. Simply because I don't know. Is it safe to look at? Hold on. Oh no. Oh no, not again, not again, not again. One of my articles has like a kind of sus header. Okay. They've been seized as yeah, okay. Have been seized as part of enforcement action with the Federal Bureau of the Backpage and its affiliated websites have been seized by the FBI, is what it says. I guess that's what Backpage is. I've never used Backpage before, so I don't know all of the details. But anyway, okay, we're getting into Tumblr now. We're finally coming full circle to Tumblr. Well, not full circle, because this is half circle. We're halfway there. Okay, December 4th, 2018. Copy. Tumblr is betraying the sex workers and NSFW artists who relied on the platform. And here is where we're going to see a big, the first big delineation in this, the erotic versus the pornographic. So sex workers would ostensibly be pornographic, and NSW artists would ostensibly be the erotic. But is that the case? I don't know. We're gonna ask some difficult questions. We're gonna have some difficult answers. PG and plus size was upset. She had just gotten off a tearful 45-minute call with her partner, and she was still trying to process the news about Tumblr's impending ban on all adult content when I got in touch with her. She was now thinking about how long it had taken her, an online sex worker. Oh, let me highlight that. Build a fan base on that platform to make a name for herself. Remember, sex work is work, especially online. It's, you don't start with a user base. You have to build a user base. That means you have to network. You have to do basically everything that you do in a, air quotes here, a real job, right? So when you're selling your feet pics on OnlyFans, you'd have to do just as much footwork as you would if you were selling your feet pics on the street. It's just that one is safer than the other. I've put almost 3 years into that blog. I put so much money and time and effort, she told me. I have to deal with so many people harassing me and threatening, putting me through the ringer just because of the content I wanted to make, and people treated me like less than a human for years. She talked about the days when she was sick yet still got out of bed and shot videos, took hundreds of photos, and purchased props to make her living. Then she let out a frustrated sigh before telling me how huge a chunk of her income may be gone. So when the call comes down the line and Tumblr says we're getting rid of female presenting nipples, it's you're being fired without notice, and you cannot collect unemployment because you're a what is that? Self-employed? I don't think self-employed people get unemployment. I mean, especially if they're working in, less than strictly legal professions. So now it feels like all my hard work and the strain it's put on my mental health was just for nothing. On December 17th, when the ban goes into effect, that looks like some relevant relevant pieces to our timeline. Where's our PowerPoint? There it is. pastes. July 2nd, 2018. I don't know. Something happened. Oh, this was this article. Was it this article? Let's go. Let's go check. No, this is December 4th. Maybe that was the last article. I don't know. If you remember what July 2nd, 2018 was all about, tell me in the chat. Okay. So videos or GIFs that display human genitals or female presenting nipples, along with content depicting sex acts, will be prohibited. Any nudity related to art, political speech, or health-related situations, as well as written erotica, will be exempt from the ban. So here we see erotica and the erotic is exempt from the ban. Art is erotic, and it is the erotic, and it is exempt from the ban. Political speech is exempt from the ban. Health-related situations are exempt from the ban. Are they really, though? The new policy comes 2 weeks after the Tumblr app's removal from Apple App Store. We talked about that after child sexual abuse material was found on the site. Yeah. Tumblr says it immediately removed the content. For once. Several NSFW artists and sex workers who spoke with HuffPost believe Tumblr has been quietly tightening the limitations on explicit content over the past year, including shadow banning adult content with no option to turn off safe search. Sounds about right. Now the bloggers fear that the new round of policies, as well as flaws in the site's automatic flagging feature, that would be the algorithms, will result in their losing their incomes as well as communities they've built. Due to the sensitive nature of the subject, HuffPost is keeping bloggers anonymous or referring to them by their Tumblr blog names. Since its inception, Tumblr distinguished itself from major competitors by categorizing adult content with sensitive or explicit filters instead of banning it completely. This allowed sex workers, artists, photographers, and curators of not safe for work content to build followings and generate income. The platform's rigorous and broadly adopted use of tags allowed users to curate their experiences, more easily search for content they desired, and mute things which they had no interest. Tumblr gave people an ideal set of tools for finding and maintaining communities. It was a place where users could curate their interests and find others who enjoyed the same thing. The community I had made me feel seen and valued as a weird black kid who didn't quite know her eclectic tastes. An affinity for smoking a little too much weed her sophomore year in college intersected with her love of that ratchet hood shit. The NSW blogs in particular have been instrumental in changing the toxic conversations that often surround human identity and sexuality. A number of currently mainstream pushes for inclusivity arose from the communities of Tumblr, such as the use of gender inclusive pronouns. Hello to all of my they thembos. For many, it was the last real inclusive place. I'm not going to claim it's all healthy and safe on the porn side of Tumblr, but it's important to recognize how much good can be done when you give femmes, people with vaginas, and queer people a platform to teach about and learn about their sexual experiences, said one blogger who asked to remain anonymous. Tumblr was also one of the last places online sex workers could run their businesses safely while creating communities that allowed workers to bond over shared experiences, pass along resources, and other important information. Just, kind of scamming so I can prevent you with the most important information, because this is a really long one. I think we should move on to the next one. That says it's going to autoplay. I don't want to do that. I don't want it to. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. The next article. Tumblr's porn detecting AI has one job and it's bad at it. This is December 5th, 2018. So, we're gonna go. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I was on PowerPoint the whole time. That's terrible. I'll go back to it. I'm so sorry. Like I said, I'm really new to this. I'll put it in the chat. Why is it not letting me copy and paste it in the chat? Oh my gosh. What is the deal here? Here. I'll put it there. And then I'll copy. I still cannot paste it into the chat. I do not understand that. Okay. So I'll just and this is on HuffPost, and its Tumblr is betraying the sex workers and NSW artists who relied on the platform. Yeah, y'all, I am so sorry that I was not showing that article the whole entire time. If I'm like reading something and you can't see what I'm reading, just like drop me a little chat and I'll make sure that y'all can see it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to okay, I'm gonna go to the next one. So this is, we can't see it this time? Yes, we can see it this time. Okay. Tumblr's porn detecting AI has one job and is bad at it. This is Louise Matsakis. Sorry, I'm so bad at names. This is from December 5th, 2018. I'll plop that down. So our previous one, I believe, was also from, was like December 5th or December 4th. Wasn't it? Yeah, December 4th, 2018. And this is December 5th, 2018. The blogging platform has a new policy forbidding adult content, but lots of innocuous posts are getting caught in the fray. So I actually was on Tumblr at the time that this all was happening, and I took a picture of my bathroom sink, and my bathroom sink was flagged by this AI. So what do a patent applicant, oh my gosh, what do a patent application drawing for troll socks, a cartoon scorpion wearing a hard hat, and a comic about cat parkour have in common? They were all reportedly flagged by Tumblr this week after the microblogging platform announced it would no longer allow adult content. So far, Tumblr's method for detecting posts that violate the new policy, which goes into effect December 17th, isn't working too well. At least not according to many people on Twitter who have shared screenshots of innocent Tumblr posts that were mistakenly marked as NSFW. So we already see before NSFW is going to be fine. There's NSFW content that's going to be okay. There's a difference between pornography and NSFW content. But then, when we come to the algorithms, we find out that the scandalistic. But then when it comes to the actual algorithms and how they detect these very subtle differentiations between what is erotic content and pornographic content. Remember, erotic content is things like what did the other article say? We should have looked at the other article more. We should have copied some of those things down. I'm sorry we didn't. Oh, hey, Allison. Okay, so where was I? Oh my god. Look, I have a nest of mice in my brain, and when one of the mice gets excited about something, all of the other mice forget what they were doing. Okay, the difference between the erotic and the pornographic. Start waving my hands around it. Maybe it'll help. Okay, the difference between the erotic and the pornographic. So we were told that the erotic, like erotica that's written by creators, that drawings and that protests and that medical information, all of that was going to be safe. And it's just the pornography that's going to go away. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The announcement was greeted with dismay in the Tumblr community, which has long been a bastion for DIY and non-mainstream porn. But the policy change appears to be having an even wider effect than anticipated. Posts are being flagged that seem to fall well outside Tumblr's definition of adult content, which primarily includes photos, videos, or GIFs that show real-life human genitals or female-presenting nipples. In any context, and we're gonna go for time here, that depicts sex acts. Users can appeal to a human moderator if they believe their posts were incorrectly labeled as adult content, and nothing will be censored until the new policy goes into effect later that month. I can say personally from experience that I had to put a shirt on my bathroom sink before it was flagged as appropriate. That was simultaneously one of the most funny moments of my life and the most kind of depressing moments of my life. Like your bathroom sink is being flagged as inappropriate content, and these are the algorithms that are going to control what kind of content we are exposed to. This is bad. So I'll admit that I was naive when I saw the announcement about new adult content ban. I never thought it would apply to my blog, said Sarah Bernstein, a professor at the University of Oklahoma College of Law, who noticed many of her posts were flagged. I just post about design patents, not erotica. So once again, we're even further blurring the line between the erotic and porn. We wanted to get rid of sex work. We didn't get rid of sex work. Now we're saying that we're just trying to get rid of erotica. I mean, come on, guys. Come on, guys. I'm going off on tangents. We need to stop going off on tangents. We need to focus. I have ADHD. It's very hard. It's very hard. Okay. Tumblr did acknowledge in a blog post announcing its own rules that there will be mistakes as it begins enforcing them. Filtering this type of content versus, say, a political protest with nudity or the Statue of David is not simple at scale. We're working with AI here that can't tell the difference between a hot dog and not a hot dog. That's the reality. Tumblr's new CEO, Jeff D'Onofrio, wrote, "This also isn't the first time a social media platform has erroneously flagged PG-rated images as sexual, and it's not going to be the last either. Last year, for example, Facebook mistakenly barred a woman from running an ad that featured a nearly 30,000-year-old statue because it contained nudity. We have an interesting meme about that later. But unlike with Facebook's error, many of Tumblr's mistakes concern posts that don't feature anything looking remotely like a naked human being. In one instance, the site reportedly flagged a blog post about wrist supports for people with a type of connective tissue disorder. Computers are now generally very good at identifying what's in a photograph. So what gives? While it's true that machine learning capabilities have improved dramatically in the recent years, computers still don't see images the way humans do. They detect whether groups of pixels appear similar to things they've seen in the past. Tumblr's automated content moderation system might be detecting patterns the company isn't aware of or doesn't understand. Machine learning excels at identifying patterns in raw data, but a common failure is that the algorithms pick up accidental biases, which can result in fragile predictions. These are the algorithms that are going to be controlling our whole entire life, guys. Says Carl Bondrick, a computer vision and machine learning professor at Columbia Engineering. For example, a poorly trained AI for detecting pictures of food, hot dogs, might erroneously rely on whether a plate is present rather than the food itself. Not a hot dog. Image recognition classifiers, like the one Tumblr ostensibly deployed, are trained to spot explicit content using datasets typically containing, I need water again, millions of examples of porn and not porn. The classifier is only good as the data it learned from, says Reza Sadeh, an adjunct computer science professor at Stanford University and the CEO of computer vision company Metroid. I've just realized that this would be half as long if I could actually speak. Based on looking at examples of flagged content users at posted on Twitter. I think I'm reading that wrong. He says it's possible Tumblr neglected to include enough instances of things like NSFW cartoons in its data set. That might account for why the classifier mistook Bernstein's patent illustrations for adult content. For example, I believe they forgot about adding enough cartoon data in this case, and probably other types of examples that matter and are safe for work. Wired tried running several Tumblr Tumblr posts that were reportedly flagged as adult content through Metroid's not safe for work cultural imagery classifier, including a picture of chocolate ghosts, a photo of Joe Biden, and one of Burstein's patients, this time for LED light up jeans. What? Or patents. I'm sorry. Patents, not patients. Like LED light up jeans is your patient. Okay. The classifier correctly identified each one as safe for work, though it thought there was a 21% chance that the chocolate ghosts might be NSFW. The test demonstrates there's nothing inherently adult about those images. What matters is how different classifiers look at them. In general, it's very easy to think that image recognition is easy, then blunder into mistakes like this. Computers are only recently opening their eyes, and it's foolish to think they can see perfectly. My computer has decided that it is nighttime, and that it's time to turn... Oh, no, I did not mean to do that. Oh, come on. Wait, did it open? Oh, okay, it opened a new tab. Okay. Tumblr has had issues with flagging NSF posts accurately before. Back in 2013, Tumblr bought Yahoo.Tumblr, a social network that never quite figured out how to make much money, for $1.1 billion in cash. Then 4 years later, like Russian nesting dolls, Tumblr bought Yahoo, or Verizon bought Yahoo for about $4.5 billion. Both Yahoo and Tumblr are now part of a subsidiary of Verizon called Oath. Right after the second acquisition, possibly in an attempt to make the site more appealing to advertisers, Tumblr introduced Safe Mode, an option feature that purported to automatically filter out sensitive content on its dashboard, and in search results, users quickly realized that Safe Mode was accidentally filtering normal content, including LGBTQ+ posts. In June of last year, Tumblr apologized and said it had mostly fixed the issue. Now it's getting rid of this feature because soon all of Tumblr will be in safe mode permanently. It's not clear whether the company will be borrowing the same artificial intelligence technology used for safe mode access across the site. When asked, Tumblr didn't specify what tech it would be using to enforce the new rules for adult content. A source familiar with the company said it's using modified proprietary technology. The company did say in a support post that, like most user-generated social media platforms, it plans to use a mix of machine learning classification and human moderation by our trust and safety team, who I do not trust. The group of individuals who help moderate Tumblr. The company says it will soon be expanding the number of human moderators it employs. This is another long one. So yeah, if you want to read the rest of this one, I'm going to go up to the top. Louise Matsakis and Tumblr's porn detecting AI has one job and it's bad at it. We're going to move on to the next article. So, what Tumblr's ban on adult content actually did. We still have 4 articles left. I'm new to React content, guys. This is my break into React content, and I did not know that it was going to take so long to react content. Okay, so what Tumblr's ban on adult content actually did. Tumblr's ban on adult content is a treasure trove of filtering technology that doesn't work, a law that forces companies to make decisions that make others safe or unsafe, and the problems that arise when one company has outsized its influence on speech. It's also the story of how people at the margins find themselves pushed out of places where they had built communities. And so Tumblr is also a perfect microcosm of the problems plaguing people on every platform, cross-platform. One could say that it is technologically intersectional. Haha. That was so bad. Oh, forget I said that. Forget I made that joke. Okay. Okay. In December of 2018, blogging platform Tumblr announced a new ban on adult content. A wonderfully vague term. Remember, what is the erotic? What is the pornographic? Will we ever know? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know. What's the difference between the erotic and the pornographic? The world may never know. That wasn't so much defined in later posts as made more confusing. The ban came a month after Tumblr saw its app disappear from the Apple App Store. So I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of a timeline. The Apple App Store, child pornography scare, the Sesta Fosta looming in the background, coming into the foreground, the AI that's really bad that they've been testing out for like potentially years that doesn't really ever seem to do its job, but it's now being pushed into overdrive. Lots of things, lots of different elements in this story that kind of lead to what happens, right? So and so it's like, as I'm like, maybe I should have cut out some of these articles. At the same time, I'm like, once again realizing that you kind of need all the articles to prove the point, because all of the articles, every little element is important, even if that means we're going to be here for 6 hours. We're not going to be here for 6 hours, I promise. So yeah, the ban came after the Apple App Store, which as a gatekeeper has enforced draconian rules for app developers, exerting control, over how its users get to experience the internet. And I think that's one of the big issues here. When people hear the term internet censorship, I don't know, what do people think when they hear the term internet censorship? I think a lot of people in the conversation around this debate seem, they hear Sesta Fosta is about sex trafficking, and sex trafficking is bad, but at the same time, this bill is designed in such a way that it isn't just affecting sex trafficking. It's affecting all of these other things. And why is it affecting all of these other things? Because we don't have a really good concept of what sex work is and what sex trafficking is. And so rather than actually solve the issues, we just poke at them with a stick by harming other communities who exist in the periphery of these issues. It's I mean, do they even exist in periphery? No, they're like, like illegal sex trafficking is over here, and then trans people on Tumblr are like way over there. And so it's like, we're not even like poking the wrong community with a stick. Poke the right community. Okay. So the existence of porn on Tumblr has led to it being banned. Companies, especially large ones, are risk averse. What does risk mean? Risk means less money. We want more money. I mean, I would like money, but I think corporations specifically want more money. So when you're being cut off from potential customers and you can be liable for things related to sex, it's much easier to institute a blanket ban on sex and nudity as much as possible. And it's much easier to do that by using a filtering tool that is over-inclusive. That means more things get flagged rather than less things, like my bathroom sink. While Tumblr has never come right out and said what caused their decision, it's a fair bet that some combination of these factors got them there. There's a lot to say about the effect of this ban, about the queer and sex-positive communities that felt threatened and erased. Ooh. And about how hard it is to find somewhere to go that would be as safe as Tumblr had been. About how all of this is reflective of a very specific, sanitizing view of what's acceptable online. I should stop editorializing over the article, because just like I am getting to the point eventually, the article is also getting to the point and saying what I'm saying after I have said it sometimes better than I am. R.I.P. to me. There's a human cost to what Tumblr probably just sees as a business decision. The only semi-helpful, please click the thing that I want to click, the only semi-helpful result of this high-profile disaster in platform censorship is how well publicized its failings have been, as we can see from all of the articles we have read. Tumblr made what could have been charitably described as a lot of mistakes in the rollout of the ban. A little drink. It insisted that the new policy struck a balance, that it banned adult content and would continue to foster a diversity of expression for people using the platforms to discuss art, sex positivity, your relationships, your sexuality, and your personal journey. That sounds like a complicated issue, right? It's expensive to police this issue, especially when you're already policing other categories such as illegal activity. So Tumblr decided to use an automated system. let's see. We're gonna go to the next article. We're gonna go to the next article. Oh no, where did it go? Okay, it's there. It's there. We're gonna go to the next article. A year. This is a year after the porn ban, and some users are still struggling to rebuild their communities and sense of belonging. This is Paige Laskin. This is from December 20th, 2019. So like it's almost a year. When was this one from? Oh, this doesn't have a date on it. I wonder if there's a date at the bottom. Well, I mean, it had to have had a date because okay, here it is down at the bottom, December 2018. Like the thing is though, I put them in order of dates, so the date has to be there somewhere. Okay, so a year after Tumblr, so this is December 20th, 2019. A year later, we've just like totally dumped the concept of the timeline because that's just like too much. But like that's okay. It's Twitch. There's stuff. A year after Tumblr's porn ban, some users are still struggling to rebuild communities. So this is what your Tumblr dash may have looked like if you jumped on Tumblr after the porn ban. I don't know, this one looks kind of like a dog. This one looks kind of like a face. This one looks like a mountain. I don't know, those could all be like totally like inappropriate NSFW images, right? Like totally. Those are not like totally harmless images that Tumblr banned. Okay. So Tumblr banned the posting of adult content, including nudity, 1 year ago. In the year since the ban, traffic and downloads have, or no, traffic and app downloads have dropped drastically. To top it off, Tumblr was bought for less than $3 million compared with its 1.1 billion price tag. The fun thing about this little fun fact, about this fun fact is that would somebody did the math. One of the Tumblr users did the math, and that would make all of our blogs like individually worth about like 45 cents, I think they said. I'm not sure what it would be now, but yeah, 45 cents. And like to put that into context of like internet online value, there's certain YouTubers who are worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's just like one person, one content creator. So yeah. That's like as social media sites go, that's pretty sad. So further, Tumblr's algorithm for identifying NSFWs having issues. Oh wait, no, we skipped one. For many, Tumblr was once considered home for NSFW content not allowed on other social platforms and a place for non-judgmental explorations of sexuality. In its wake, users are still struggling to find alternatives with the same sense of community. Further, Tumblr's algorithm for identifying NSFW content is having issues and has flagged everything from Pokemon to dinosaur art to TV show screen grabs to my bathroom sink. So here's the actual article. I have to blow my nose. How do y'all feel about nose blowing ASMR? Don't worry, I'll mute. Oh no, wait. It did. Okay, can you hear me? I think it was muted and then it unmuted itself because I put the tissue box on my keyboard. Okay. Let's go. Let's get going. Okay. So this dude is posting a spool of thread and it was marked as sensitive. So I'm just like giving the summary of the beginning of this article. Can you see it? Okay, we can see. Great. And it's basically this is basically what I did with my bathroom sink is you take your image, right? And then you screenshot your image with the ban or with the flag included, and then you just keep screenshotting it every time it's flagged. And why would you do that, you ask? Well, because it's a spool of thread. Why are we banning a spool of thread? So this post to go. And this is, what is this, a year later? Yeah, this is a year later. Yeah. So not only did we, by we I mean Tumblr. Not only did we destroy all the fun communities on Tumblr, we also are continually active. There's a joke. There's a joke, a Tumblr joke where people we're always making jokes about how Tumblr staff hates us and wants to destroy the website, like they're deliberately trying to destroy the website and all of the users. This is an example of this is one of those times. This is one of those times. So since the ban, Tumblr has been bleeding users. Tumblr's number of unique monthly visitors decreased by more than 20% in 20. Unique monthly or unique visitors would be people who are, I believe unique visitors are people who have not been to the site before, and so they're going. Because we live in a world where everything is about profits. And so each new person who visits your site is a new potential person to profit off of. And so rather than like how many users, we first think about how many new people are coming to see the ads. I hope I explained that well. So the numbers of users, so that would be the people who are actually using the site, and the amount of time they spend on it also declines. But that's just an afternote. We don't care about that. We care about the new visitors. Several users who were active in some of Tumblr's largest communities told Business Insider that their once beloved platform has since become irrelevant and has faded from their lives in the last year. Freelance artist Robin Harper, once a frequent Tumblr user, said the porn ban led to Tumblr's most immediate into I spent so much time accumulating my own fun little community of a few thousand people. I was frustrated and sad. The only time you ever hear about Tumblr anymore is when people talk about it the day when people talk about the day it died due to the NSFW ban. Very few people I know still use it the way we all used to. Tumblr acted as a haven to marginalized. Tumblr acted as a haven to marginalized groups. One of those words should have an S, I'm not sure which, whose content wasn't accepted in the mainstream sections of the internet. Sorry to be editing the news article. Sex workers needing to make a sustainable income, erotica writers and artists looking for their work to be appreciated, LGBTQ plus people searching for others like them, people into BDSM and kink wanting an open place to talk about their desires. Tumblr was one of the few mainstream social networks where porn and NSFW content was allowed, and so those communities found shelter there. The sharing was so desperately vital for women and other marginalized people whose sexualities are often overlooked or infantilized in the media about sex preferences for the tastes of traditional porn consumer, the straight white guy. Porn actress Vex Ashley wrote in a blog post on Medium last year. Tumblr allowed you to become a collector of your own desires, displaying them and celebrating them proudly, rather than having them spoon-fed by a tube site algorithm. I think it'd be helpful to give a little bit of context there. Here, so give less context. Okay, so Tumblr is one of those sites where you mostly discover new content creators based on the content creators you already follow. And so what happens is rather than an algorithm recommending someone to you, you are it's the grapevine. Tumblr is the grapevine. You heard it through the grapevine. And then you go follow the person through the grapevine. And then that person follows you because you followed them. And then all of their friends start following you because you followed them and they followed you. It's the grapevine. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Because Tumblr doesn't exist on separate private servers on Discord, these communities intersect and interconnect. Remember the grapevine. Even Tumblr users not part of these communities, like those participating in fandoms or selling their art and graphics, told Business Insider. But even Tumblr users not part of these these communities, like those participating in fandoms or selling their art and graphics, told Business Insider their own sects of Tumblr were heavily impacted by the porn ban. When the porn disappeared, so did Tumblr's sense of community. The art community found on Tumblr was packed up fully and left for greener pastures sites like DeviantArt, where there are still strict limits on NSFW art, and Twitter, where NSFW content is still allowed for now. This is from 2019, so there's a little bit of interesting updates maybe with that. However, Let's not just say the porn ban was the only impetus for Tumblr's fall from grace. Tumblr purchased YouTube, or Yahoo. What am I doing? Yahoo purchased Tumblr back in 2013. Yahoo's attempts to revitalize the platform failed, with the addition of ads, which we all hated, and the lack of innovation, driving away even more users. Actually, I think it was the innovations that drew way more users because it's the meme. It's the meme again. Tumblr staff hates Tumblr users. Tumblr had many problems with being considered a broken website for years, and for months had been the ownership of a company that I think everyone knew we couldn't trust. Following the 2018 porn ban, Tumblr fielded offers from those ardent to keep NSFW content alive there, including Pornhub and singer Halsey. But nothing presented just how hard Tumblr had fallen. The announcement in August 2019 that Verizon had sold off Tumblr to Automattic, the parent company of website builder WordPress, for a price reported to be under $3 million. That's less than an empty lot in San Francisco and many celebrity engagement rings. I guess that's interesting context. While some Tumblr users hoped that perhaps the site's new owner would bring back NSFW content, Automattic's CEO quickly dispelled those rumors. Adult content is not our forte either, and it creates a huge number of potential issues with app stores, payment providers, trust, and safety. Payment providers is actually a huge issue because I don't remember if I have on one of the reasons why, I believe it was OnlyFans, one of the reasons why NSFW content was going to be banned from OnlyFans, which, guys, this is literally the free feet, the feet pic website. This is where you sell your feet pics, right? One of the reasons why there was a big hubbub about OnlyFans, the feet pic website, banning NSFW content is because the payment providers, yes, the credit card companies were against processing payments for sex workers. So it adds another. It's not just financial from FOSTA legal prosecution. It's also financial issues from the actual payment providers who are, dealing with the money that these websites are taking in. I don't know. Okay. The tricky policies around what content Apple and Android allow on apps in their app stores right around the time the porn ban was enacted. Tumblr briefly disappeared from the iOS App Store because of a failure to police child porn on the site. The porn ban was likely a direct response to that incident. I don't think... Yeah, this is just about the porn ban, so this one does not connect the porn ban to Sesta Pasta. But not only is Tumblr having issues retaining users, also having trouble getting new people to the site. First-time downloads declined 32%. The most popular fandoms and trending topics and categories ranging from K-pop to Pokemon to the best ships, fictional relationships that Tumblr's used to speculate about. Think about your favorite TV show and think about your favorite couple from your favorite TV show. You ship them. That's the easiest way to explain that. Don't get any deeper into it than that, please. Nowadays, I only see a handful of people I used to follow post on Tumblr, and it's just funny. Or political reblogs. Tumblr user Matthew Marquez told Business Insider, "Most of my friends and followers have completely abandoned it." Is that the end? That's the end of this one. Okay. So now we have the Graham Blumenthal anti-security bill. I don't remember putting this one on the list. Oh, I do now. Okay. There's a new and serious threat to both free speech and security online. Under a draft bill that Bloomberg recently leaked, the Attorney General could unilaterally dictate how online platforms and services must operate. Let's let that sink in for a few seconds. Yeah. Okay, that's enough time letting that sink in for a few seconds. Okay, if those companies don't follow the Attorney General rules, they could be on the hook for millions of dollars in civil damages and even state criminal penalties. So that means if the Attorney General decides that you are no longer allowed to talk about trans issues because what is okay, let's go with the Don't Say Gay bill. The Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, I believe, is in Florida. And the premise behind the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida is that talking to children about not being heterosexual is child grooming. So if the Attorney General believes that talking to children about being not heterosexual is child grooming, and decides that you are no longer allowed to talk about being non-heterosexual on the internet, that means, yeah, they could do that, basically. And does that sound rather extreme and kind of out there and wacky? Maybe. But do we want to open that door? Because that's one of those things where, the door opens, it's very hard to get the door closed. So the bill known as Eliminating Abusive and Rampant Neglect of Internet Technology Act grants sweeping powers to the executive. It opens the door for the government to require new measures to screen user speech and even backdoors to read your private communications. I believe one of the like a major, I don't know, is it a major like civil rights case? A civil rights case recently about iPhones. Do the iPhone makers have to unlock the iPhone if prosecutors want to use it as evidence? And I believe that was decided that no, they didn't have to do that. But imagine if it was decided that they could. Well, any, phone that contains your most private information could be used as evidence in a criminal case against you. And sure, some people will say, I don't have anything to hide, but our country has a long and storied history of persecuting people who did not do anything wrong for crimes that it decided they committed. Yeah. So Senators Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal have been quietly circulating a draft version of Earn It. Congress must forcefully reject this dangerous bill before it is introduced. Once again, we see Section 230. It's one of the most important laws protecting free speech online. It enforces the common sense principle that if you say something illegal online, you should be the one held responsible, not the website or platform where you say it, with some important exceptions. Section 230 has played a crucial role in creating the modern internet. Without it, social media as we know it today wouldn't exist. Neither would the Internet Archive. The Internet Archive is where I get all of my books that I need for class. So without the Internet Archive, I would have to have paid hundreds of dollars that I don't have to go to school. So Wikimedia, I don't know what Wikimedia is, but now I'm going to be looking it up. And any other essential educational and community resources. So this is about the democratization of information. And the internet is a very important place for the democratization of information, as we will discuss later. It doesn't just protect tech platforms either. If you've ever forwarded an email, think Section 230 that you could do that without inviting legal risk on yourself. Imagine if you could sue somebody for sending you chain mail that says if you don't share this with 10 people, you will die. We would all go to jail. We would all go to jail. Earn It would establish a national commission on online child exploitation prevention. This commission would include the chairman of Federal Trade. Oh my gosh. There's all these. It's a list. It's a list. The commission would be tasked with recommending the best practices for providers of interactive computer services regarding the prevention of online child exploitation conduct. But far from your recommendations, those best practices would bring the force of the law. Platforms that failed to adhere to them would be stripped of their protections if they're accused of unlawful material related to child exploitation. Laws relating to restrictions on speech must reflect a careful balance of competing policy goals and protections for civil liberties. Don't make me tap the sign. Lawmakers can only strike that balance through an open, transparent lawmaking process. Don't make me tap the sign. It would be deeply responsible for Congress to offload that duty onto an unelected and unaccountable commission. Comedy comes in threes. Don't make me tap the sign. Sorry, I had to do it. If it gets worse, or it gets worse, if the Attorney General disagrees with the Commission's recommendations, he can override them and write his own instead. Who is our Attorney General now? Who was our previous Attorney General? This bill simply gives too much power to the Department of Justice, which, as a law enforcement agency, is a particularly bad choice to dictate internet policy. EarnIt is a direct threat to constitutional protections for free speech and expression. To pass constitutional muster, a law that regulates the content of speech must be narrowly tailored as possible, so as not to chill legitimate lawful speech, rather than being narrowly tailored. EarnIt Act is absurdly broad. Under EarnIt, the Commission would effectively have the power to change and broaden the law however it saw fit, as long as it could claim that its recommendations somehow aided in the prevention of child exploitation. Remember, don't say gay, because you are exploiting children when you do that. Those laws could change and expand unpredictably, especially after changes in presidential administration. So let's go to the final. I'm going to go back up to the top. This is EFF, Congress Must Stop the Graham Blumenthal Anti-Security Bill by Elliot Harmon. I'm going to go to the next article because what is going on there? Because we gotta, like, I still have a whole entire PowerPoint presentation to get through, and I did not really part of this is like, like I said, it's really, we're getting the feel of what kind of content I want to be creating, and trying to so this is very experimenting. So I need this article though. Oh, here. There are a few areas of overlap. There are few areas of overlap between evangelical Christians, but a long-standing area of contention has been pornography. The feminist porn wars of the 70s and 80s have dwindled into the ashes of history, yet ember remains of the fear that all pornography is a shield for sexual exploitation. There are highly exploitative labor practices in the porn industry, as there are in many industries. It's also possible for a person who works in the sex industry to have a long day or have a long shitty day on the jobs where they feel like money is absolutely not worth the trouble, as there are in many industries. And trafficking does exist, though largely not as motives or movies imagine it, and more in agricultural and domestic service fields than in full service sex work. I could talk about that for days, but we don't have time to talk about that. For years, creators have bemoaned the business practices of Pornhub and lobbied for them to stop making it so easy to steal and share their content. Largely, these efforts were to no avail, as porn performers and other sexy folks are rarely given major platforms or taken seriously by mainstream Americans, even those who consume their content. So basically what happens is a creator creates content and somebody downloads it to their computer, and then they re-upload it, and now that person could potentially make money off of that content that somebody else created. And when it comes to Disney, if I was to start playing Disney music live on stream, I would instantly be banned off of the internet forever, and Disney would probably sue me or something like that. But when it comes to porn performers, you don't really get much help. The basic gist of FOSTA SESA is that it made websites legally liable for the sale of sexual services because there's no legal distinction between forced and consensual commerce, and any hint of sexiness on Facebook or Patreon could potentially open the company up to major liabilities. And because these Sides don't have any philosophical commitment to freedom of speech or any interest in ensuring the continued existence of marginalized communities that revolve around sexuality, education, performance of labor. They'd simply purge the content entirely. Let's see. For years, people in sexual industries, even legal ones like porn and stripping, have battled for their financial rights. As apps like Venmo and PayPal seize their assets and banks shut down and deny them accounts. So that's what I was talking about earlier with the what's it called? That's how called. The feet pic site. OnlyFans. There we go. OnlyFans. Venmo and PayPal decide that they don't want to support you selling your feet pics anymore, so they shut you down. And all of the money that you've earned is gone. So what do we do about this? You can contact your legislators about the issue. SISEA, I'm not sure what that is, but it has only been recently introduced and it can be killed. If you are a content creator and this may impact you, make sure you have backup means for your followers to connect. Be an ethical consumer of porn and other sexual content. Pay for it, especially if you can't do so. And follow content creators. These content creators, they know what they're talking about. So let's. Okay. Hey, yeah, we speedrun that. Okay, we speedrun that. So this is our last one. Right? Yeah. Okay. So people who don't fit the beauty standards of the porn. So in 2010, Arabelle Raphael joined the microblogging site Tumblr, where she found her audience. I just built everything. Once again, building a following is work. Trust me, that's what I'm trying to do right now. You should subscribe. Well, I guess you can't subscribe. You should follow me. Raphael and many others. Tumblr was a place to express sexuality and alternative sexuality, tattooed porn, LGBTQ porn, fetish porn, sometimes inspired by a beloved TV or movie. Prior to the content ban, a swift decision by the company to remove all sexually explicit posts. The site was a hub for sex workers, queer kids, and anyone else who wanted to display their sexual interests alongside different aspects of their personality. There was nowhere else on the internet like Tumblr, and unfortunately, due to current and potential legislation, that's likely to stay the case. There was a certain aesthetic to Tumblr porn, explained sex worker and porn performer King Noir, who used Tumblr alongside his partner and fellow performer Jet Setting Jasmine. The term Tumblr porn is sometimes akin to pretty porn or explicit images with soft lighting and exquisite posing. So once again, the difference between porn and the difference between the erotic. While it's possible to find such stylistic content elsewhere, it boomed on Tumblr. People actually put some time, energy, and effort into something beautiful that just erotic art. Most people might not have even labeled it pornography. Difference between erotic and porn. Do we know? Is there a difference? I don't know. There was so much content, explicit content on Tumblr, not that Nor didn't know there was anything else on the social network. Indeed, there was. Tumblr was home to much SFW art and writing, aesthetic content, regular old shit posting. Hey, that's me. And fandom communities. The latter would often delve into pornography themselves. This is true. I really associate Tumblr with fans and fandom. Tumblr was a place where people, especially queer teens, could post porn that wasn't on what McDonald called straight sites like Pornhub. This porn was by contrast more loving, more queer, or even just a bit weirder. Get into it now. Should we define queer? Do we need to define queer? Let's define queer right now. So queer is not just queer in terms of sexuality, right? Queer is you're just a little bit weird. You're just a little bit weird, right? And like, oops, dropping things on the floor. I if you think about it, aren't we all just a little bit weird? I feel like that was going somewhere, but it's not. Okay, so the fans on Tumblr had the ability to make things erotic that were not intentional or initially intended to be erotic. They sort of created their own porn, and that was really where Tumblr fan community became pornographic themselves. GIF porn was cornerstone on Tumblr. Let's see. GIFs weren't the only way Tumblr porn fans expressed their love for their favorite ships. There's fan fiction, art, photo edits, sets. So, like, you would have like 6 images, and they might have some kind of writing over them that like kind of was designed to tell a story. It didn't come from the top down or from some webmaster. Tumblr porn was created and shared by the users rather than a commodity. Remember, pornography versus the erotic. Porn on Tumblr, especially fandom-related porn, was community effort. Furthermore, Tumblr had a seamless blend between porn and non-pornographic content. I'm going to have to say this, and y'all are going to get tired of hearing me say it, but remember, difference between the erotic and porn. It was one of those spots where you could just show off, or where you can just show all the different sides of yourself. And people who are looking for whatever your niche or whatever your style was could then just gravitate towards it through the grapevine. Tumblr was so successful pre-2018 was because it allowed its users to contain multitudes with a single user identity. Someone of Tumblr was able to discuss both their knitting hobby and, for instance, their love for furry porn. Oh dear, I just said furry porn with my window open and my neighbor walking in the house. RIP to me. Pre-ban, Tumblr didn't divide one's sexuality from their other interests, which is how our sexuality and attraction works, McDonald said. You wouldn't know it going online in 2022, but sexuality is just one social element in which we want to interact with others, like how we chat about our favorite TV show. Tumblr was one of the only, if not the only, social network that maintained that blend in our social lives. Another imperative element to Tumblr's success was the ability to create a persona. Unlike Facebook, you could be completely anonymous on Tumblr if you wanted. There wasn't a need to share your school or connect with IRL friends. The anonymity sorry, I can't say that word. Allowed users to explore their sexuality and fandom or otherwise safely. At the same time, it was easy to make friends or enter a community through the ease of microblogging and sharing, and the Dash's endless scroll. You constantly encountered and interacted with other users. Fans and artists flocked there because it was so easy to connect with others, similar interests. The demise. So removed from the App Store. Adult content banned entirely. Coincidentally, Fosta Sesta. I have to blow my nose again. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My house is stuffy. It was cold earlier and I turned on the heat. Now it's like dusty and stuffy. Okay. But the passing of Fosta Sesta in 2018 didn't impact Tumblr's decision to ban content. You know, that's what they say. That's what they say. They can say whatever they want to say, you know. So the Apple's App Store guidelines dislikes objectionable content. The word objectionable appears in other tech companies' terms as well. The word objectionable is objectionable. Is that a word? I feel like it should be. It's a very slippery slope because objectionable can apply to like a snuff film, but it can also apply to just about anything sexual. Almost anything sexual, but it doesn't apply to all things sexual. For instance, you can find misogynist pickup artist content online and it will remain up because apparently it's not objectionable. Child porn is undoubtedly objectionable. The problem was Tumblr made this sweeping decision to ban even of-age consensual porn because of it. Why is anyone else going to go to Tumblr anymore? He left the platform, and he wasn't alone. Tumblr's traffic dropped 30% in the months after the ban. Over the next 3 years, visits to the browser site and apps plummeted 40%. So that's half of your, almost, a little bit less than half. 10% less than half. They witnessed not only a purge of adult content, but queer content as well. Quiet noise. Wasn't really that loud. I have the noise gate on, but I guess the noise gate isn't like really working. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, more of the safe for works pieces being taken down. Tumblr never really gave them a reason why, and it appeared random, like with my bathroom sink. Pink backgrounds. My sink was like yellow, like a weird like it was like a fake marble color, a fake marble pattern that like always looked dirty and yellow no matter how often you cleaned it. Let's see. She doesn't miss Tumblr personally. And also acknowledged that many sex workers on Tumblr didn't get paid. I mean, yeah, that is true. But you know, if Tumblr actually cared about that issue, then they could have, implemented policies to prevent images from being stolen from the creators. So, loss of Tumblr porn, and by extension Tumblr itself, was devastating. Recently, there's been somewhat of a renaissance as Tumblr became popular for being obsolete. The site's revenue went up 55% from July 2021 to January 2022, Tumblr told the magazine. Still, it's a shell of what it once was. Yeah, that is true. People are posting, or at least I'm following more people who do post. Though it's rarely NSFW, and if it is, it's always cropped images with a hint to check out the artist's Twitter for uncensored videos. Versions, I mean. According to Tumblr, there are currently 9.5 million daily posts. In 2012, there were 62 million daily posts. How much is each daily post worth? If the site sold for about 3 million. Was that like a third of a cent? Some content creators upload a YouTube video and make enough money for the rest of the month just from that one YouTube video. Just for like context. And like the accumulation of wealth through content creation. And the thing is that like the majority of content creators on these websites are not actually making mega money like the biggest YouTube creators do. And so that's also another element to consider. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Let's see. Sex workers set a whole lot of trends and are vilified and victimized by the apps that built their following up on our styles or our followers. As somebody who I'm sure brought some people to Tumblr, it's always insulting when this happens. I believe, what was it? Patreon. Patreon was originally a space for sex workers. They built the app or I don't know if it's an app, the site. They built the site, they got it, running. They created their content on it, and now they've, effectively been banned. As of this publication, it's unlikely there will never be a true Tumblr replacement because of the current state of the internet. Regulation of sexual media means that our pornography online has become ghettoized. Not sure how I feel about the use of that word there, but we're going to move on, both by legislation and platforms. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that. Sex and porn have been largely pushed to the margins of online spaces. That I feel is a little bit, a little less, a lot. And as a result, is a clean break between our sexual and non-sexual selves. The way that we consume pornography now is so broken off from the rest of our lives. It's singled out. It's not integrated into our other interests, and it's not integrated into our sociality. This is the exact antithesis of Tumblr. It's apex, a place where people could be both sexual and non-sexual beings. So, here we go. The Earn It Act has the potential to squash healthy and safe sexual expression even more so than FOSTA, McDonald said. And if none of our data is encrypted, meaning that only the sender and sendee are able to see it, and private companies can scan it, that means our private files and conversations can be regulated. Mega porn sites will be fine. I don't know. Pornhub isn't even all that great. Sex online today is allowed, but only from straight, white, and often rich and powerful creators. It's sex workers and marginalized creators, the exact people that shined on Tumblr in its prime, that will hurt the most from these bills. So at this point, we were kind of gonna go build a timeline, but like, guys, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes we have to change plan. We have to, we have to be reactive to the needs of our space. So let's move on. Why is this bad? I don't know if I've already made it clear, but it is bad. It's absolutely bad. Let me take a little moment to like explain what's going on with the image here. So this is basically a Tumblr ask, and what an ask is anybody can ask you a question and they can ask it anonymously, and so the little gray box is what Anonymous is asking, and then below that is my response. So just so we're clear. So why is this bad? The erotic versus pornography. We need to understand a few concepts to really like grasp at the issue at hand. The bedroom space versus the closet space. Tumblr is the place where the bedroom space and the closet space meet. What does that mean? Well, Anonymous asked, what is the bedroom space? Tumblr, youth, subcultures, and media engagement. We're going to go to our first kind of, scholarly article. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where is it? There we go. And I have, I know. It's more reading. We're going to do this. This is a reading. This is a reading stream. We are reading today. We are reading so much that our eyes are going to bleed. So first I want to define a term for you guys. Youth users. What are youth users? I am almost 30 years old. I'm 20. What am I, 28? I was born in like 93. I'm 28 years old. Okay, I'm old. I am one of the youths. I'm one of the youths. Youth users will exceed 50% of the platform total. This is talking about Tumblr. Pew Research defines youth very broadly. Teenagers are 15% of the users. And the millennial age group between 18 and 34, that's me. I'm in there. 41%. So that's the youths. So if you are younger than 34, you are one of the youths. And this article is about you. That's me clapping. I'm clapping for the youths. We need to be more positive about the youth. So user engagement on Tumblr involves two components, the dash and the blog. So the dash is what you scroll through. It's the infinite scroll that we were talking about earlier. And you can see all of your posts, and you reblog the posts, and it goes onto your dash, and it goes into your Tumblr. And so this blogging utility expression, I don't know what to call it. This mechanic, the blogging mechanic. Yeah, we're talking about mechanics here. This mechanic functions as a scrapbook, a diary, or a bedroom space. What is the bedroom space? The bedroom space is, your bedroom, right? And when you're living with your parents, right? And you don't really get to decide like what goes on in the rest of the house. But when you go into your bedroom, you're gonna paint the walls pink. You're gonna put posters of anime dudes up on the wall. You're gonna like take out the closet doors and like replace them with curtains. I never did any of these things to my room, but I'm just imagining like the typical teenage bedroom, what it would look like. I really wanted to do the closet door thing, but my mom would not let me because she was like, "Where are we gonna put the closet doors?" I'm like, "I don't know. That's your problem. You're the mom." So yeah, a bedroom space, and this basically we're creating this intimate, personal space that is customized to our very exacting, youthful desires. Our posts are publicly visible, but the users are coughing. The users are coughing. Are synonymous. I don't know how to say that word. So it'd be pseudonym, right? Pseudonym. Pseudonym. I can't say it. I can't do it. They're pseudonyms. They're pseudonyms, which makes it much harder for families, employers, friends, and other institutional authorities to police them. As a result, many youths feel a greater sense of security and pride. That's a meme. I'm sorry. I keep saying youths like that because it's a meme. Feel a greater sense of security and privacy on Tumblr than on other platforms. Users control the content of their individual blogs. They can block followers they don't want. These features make it difficult to publicly troll users. Compared to Twitter, where it's very easy to publicly troll Twitter or troll users. You just put @ and you get all of your friends to @. You can't really do that on Tumblr. It's kind of harder because you can just like block people and then they will never ever be able to look at your things ever again. Private messaging, but once again, you can block those people, and I think it's a lot harder to like create bots on Tumblr too. But don't quote me on that. Tumblr is also democratizing because there is no algorithm, like I mentioned earlier. And the number of followers is private information. Individual posts is so circuit. Why is it that I have so much problems saying words with OUS on the end right now? I don't know. But their origins are often obscured in contrast to the promotion of liked posts on other platforms. So yeah, you don't really have liked posts. Stop trying to highlight things, please. Young Tumblr users are not automatically marginalized or disparaged because of their age or unpopular opinions. I believe Twitter is the place where they have like trending topics of the day, and if you troll someone hard enough, you can get them trending. And I think that happened to. It happens to Hasanabi like once a month. That has happened to. I think it's happened to ContraPoints. I think it's happened to Lindsay Ellis. You should look into Lindsay Ellis. She makes great content. Way more concise than what is happening here. It's a different medium. She's on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. So users are able to hide gender, national, religious, and racial designations. Individual users decide whether they want to tag their posts. So tags are like hashtags, and you can either tag a post, which will result in it showing up when somebody searches for that tag, or you can not tag a post, which will result in it not showing up when people search for that tag, which means that it's difficult for outsiders to track, data mine, monetize, and study you. We'll just highlight that for a moment. Yeah. Young users have more control over design and content creation than other social media platforms and access to a larger variety of content to her blog, including sexually explicit material. I mean, not anymore, but benefit of hindsight. I don't know if that's the appropriate phrase to use there. Users make decisions about the general appearance of their own blog as well as its content. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's see. What is the bedroom space? So I think that pretty much defines what the bedroom space is for us. Why is that there? I reserve the right to edit my yeah, that needs to go there. To edit my my presentation as we go. So that's the bedroom space. The bedroom space is this intimate space where people feel that they're able to have a lot of ability to customize, where they feel like they are able to express themselves, where they feel anonymous and secret, but in a way that is freeing and expressive and opens up a lot of potential. And then this means that people using Tumblr feel freer in exploring their identities, especially identities that are not non-heteronormative. Right there. No, we got there in the end. Okay, so what is the closet space? What is the closet space? And we have this idea of the closet space. Opening up. We have this idea of the closet space. Oh, I was still on. Okay, here we go. We have this idea of the closet space as this like really sad, trapping, claustrophobic sort of space. But read this wonderful, what is it, a comic book, a graphic novel, by Cristy C. Rhodes, and it is not appearing. I have to. Jesus. Can you believe I'm so unprofessional right now? This is just the worst thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. This person is so totally, completely unprepared. Oh my god. Here it is. Okay. Look at it. So this is what page? Crossref. Page 26. We're on the page after. I have so many tabs open right now. It's not even funny. Or not tabs, applications. So this is the closet. And like just looking at the image of the closet, right? I think this is kind of a very mainstreamed idea of the closet. There's a door, and you're in the closet, and the door is nailed shut because you can't come out. I found my closet with the truth sealed tight. I cannot highlight this. I can try to make it. Ooh, that was bad. I can try to make it a little bit bigger. We don't have Zoom. But I hope this makes it easier to see a little bit at least. So I found my closet with the truth sealed tight, and this is the truth of her we're just gonna move. So I really enjoyed this quote, the second block of text. I had my secrets, but I like to pretend that there wasn't much to hide. I like to pretend that the cuffs in my jeans and the dirt on my knees told my story. I like to pretend that the single braid that draped across my back gave the illusion of butch haircut I may never feel safe enough to have. My cousins, my sister, and I were still best friends, but as adolescence began to take over, the isolation trembled beneath us and held me at night. As everyone slept, I hid in a cocoon with my blood vessels and my inhibitions. So, why is this quote? Why does it stand out to me? Because I was, I guess I'm still a queer youth, and but like before I became the wonderful queer youth that I am today, I was a younger queer youth, and I was, it was also kind of in the closet, and it sometimes it's kind of hard to tell that you are in the closet because sometimes you think, well, I'm a person who is in touch with my sexuality and I'm out of the closet, and then sometimes years later you realize I'm actually kind of non-binary. So this really resonates with me because I feel like Tumblr is this place for a lot of people where we go to Tumblr and we express things as we think they are, and then we discover new things. We discover people expressing things that are like the things that we're expressing, but are a little bit different. We're like, yes. And so Tumblr functions as this place. It's a community of closets where we all are in the closet together, and yeah, we're all in the closet together. Which, I mean, if you want to think about it, like the concept of the closet. What's our next page? Oh no. Here we go. Get out of here. if we consider the concept of the closet as, you know, it was, I want to say originally, but like as it has historically been, being closeted didn't really refer to, I mean, it did refer to like being closeted, you know, from straight people, but it also meant there was also like coming out of the closet was coming out to the community. And so, because, you know, queer people used to have more of an actual parallel community. I mean, and that's not to say that, you know, we don't anymore, but it's, you know, it's harder to find. So our next piece. This is another image of her in her closet. There's no way on earth that homosexuals could be powerful enough to anger an entire nation, because I, for one, usually felt fucking silenced. You know, yeah, that's how we feel in real life, you know. That's why we go to Tumblr. We don't have to be silenced anymore. And Twitch, where we can talk for 2 hours straight. But I tried to see through reality when I sat alone in my closet, which I could decorate and redecorate as often as my serotonin needed a jumpstart. In a way, I justified my existence through Mimita's projected way of thinking. It's the my closet, which I could decorate and redecorate as often as my serotonin needed part. That's really important there. Once again, the closet as a freeing space. The closet is a space where I kick the electrical cords on the other side of my desk. The closet as a place where we can have you know, a sense of self-expression. The closet is a freeing space. Let's go to 72, our next image. Is this showing up yet? I would have hated it if I was talking all that time and like y'all could not see that. Okay. I like this quote too. I cradled this new idea that sexuality can be appreciated, and we can love ourselves, exert ourselves physically, feel attracted, and find love without submitting to the heterocentric paradigm. Love can manifest as this offbeat thing that I had not before considered. When I had convinced myself love was not for people like me, this world where this love could exist remained a fantasy, like a prospect. When I would gather the notion that it may be very lost where I was reading in the middle of the sentence. Gosh, damn it. When I would gather the notion that it may very well still exist beyond Green Day, somewhere out there, gay punks are not dying. Well, I mean, they're not. You know, they're not. But they're not on Tumblr anymore either, so we can't talk to them, which is sad. 152. 152, I think, is the really hard hitter for this this piece, and what really, I think, gives us the most kind of visceral imagining of the closet. I like to see my closet as a safe and alternate universe of us versus them and now versus later. In my closet, the oceans and creatures would coalesce in support of my identity. Sometimes the doorways felt like pillars, the clothing on the racks like tropical foliage, and the ground like the ocean. I rode the currents with my conscious mind, and I learned to tuck that mind away if I needed to, although I knew I never wanted to. I learned not to attack myself for this, as I developed a new sense of strength in the oasis I had created. I like to watch the sunset as if, and I don't know if this is, let's go. Okay, this is the last image in the text, and she's looking out a window, and it's, you know, the window of her closet, and I really, really like this image, and it's a very abrupt way to end the text. Let's call it the text. But in her closet is a safe space. Her closet is a place that she has curated, that she has explored, where she has created a sense of self, where she has gathered together all of the things and all of the images and messages and all of the music that she loves and that make her feel love for herself. The closet is a space where we can achieve radical self-love, which I think a lot of people, especially queer people, especially marginalized people, don't have. And any place that exists that gives that to us is completely invaluable. And so, yeah, this is the closet. This is what the closet is. And let's see. So what is the closet space? Uh-oh. Didn't save that. I hope you guys could see that, because now I'm seeing that now it's saying that I was editing it the whole time. So, the closet space is it's a space that you need sometimes. And it's a space that's hard to find. Oh, thank you. So I have another quote. This is from Vicky Fraser, Queer Closets and Rainbow Hyperlinks, the construction and constraint of queer subjectivities online. Although the closet is generally perceived as a negative positioning enforced on queer people through the construction and maintenance of heteronormativity, I'm not particularly attempting to take that stance. I agree. Although the closet has been regarded as one of the greatest oppressive forces acting on the lives of queer people, the closet can also be a space of organization and mobilization for queer individuals. So this quote right here, I think, intersects with the Cristy Rhodes piece, because Cristy Rhodes is in the closet in a solitary space, but this is bringing the closet out of the solitary space and in to the public space. Do I want to start talking about this concept that I vaguely grasp of the public private? Not particularly. No, I don't think I'm going to go into that, because that it kind of, it might hurt my brain. But it's it's a part of the history of feminism and feminist activism that we recognize that the personal is political and the political is personal. Fundamentally, now I'm at the part of the presentation where I'm like, why did I bring this one into the conversation? What was the conversation that was occurring in my mind at the time when I created this PowerPoint? Fundamentally, the closet exists on the periphery, segregated from but still embedded somewhat within heteronormative space. So, oh yeah. So the closet is a space occupied by queerness, a site where queerness might know itself as queer and as such mobilize and be mobilized within the confines of queer subjectivities. Moreover, the closet is predicated on heteronormativity, constructed and understood by the virtue of its not being its otherness to non-queer space, silenced by heteronormative spaces, but very real and operative for bodies and desires also silenced by heteronormativity. Defining the closet in this way allows for seeing how queer websites might initially be conceived of as closet spaces. So once again, we're taking the individual closet and we're turning the individual closet into the collective closet. And the collective closet is a space of community. It's a space of networking. It's a space where information can be traded between individuals, where education can occur. Remember, these are a lot of young people, and all of these young people. I don't know about y'all, but our sex education was not all that great. We got the aspirin thing, which is kind of offensive. Like, not even kind of offensive. It's just frankly disgusting. To be told that you need to, I'm sure y'all know. So there is not just community occurring in these spaces, but there's education. So this question has been it's an abrupt transition. It's an abrupt transition. So we have the closet, and we have the bedroom, and the closet and the bedroom are kind of tied up in this intimacy, this personalization, this intimacy and personalization. And so that takes us to the erotic and the pornographic. So then, Anonymous asks, what is erotic and what is pornographic? That's actually a really complicated question for multiple reasons. One, algorithms, and two, we live in a society. And we already talked about the algorithms in depth. What kind of things were automatically being censored by the content moderation algorithms? Remember, my bathroom sink. Weird things that were not my bathroom sink, but were also not erotic. Things that were erotic rather than pornographic. Everything. And did I say kitchen sink or did I say bathroom sink? But either way, I feel that the metaphor stands that everything in the kitchen sink was censored. So, we live in a society. I get it's the meme, I get it. We need to remember that these biases are built into our perception of erotic versus pornographic content. Can you tell with absolute certainty in every case whether something is erotic or pornographic? I would argue no. Let's see what Tumblr was a trans technology. Oh no, okay. These first two articles, I highlighted so many things, and so we actually have to like go a little bit through and read. So what are we looking for this time? We're looking for, can you tell whether something is erotic or pornographic? Okay, that's what we're looking for. Was trans technology designed for trans technology enables trans experiences. That's not what I'm looking for. As these examples show, corporate platforms, transition blogs. I forget. No, that's not it. That's not it. We're going deep. We're diving deeper. I don't know if you can hear me when I whisper. Can you hear me when I whisper? Okay. There we go. Tumblr's recent policy change, categorizing nudity as pornographic rather than as community medical and social knowledge. Oh, okay, great. May be used to limit trans communities' knowledge production and distribution. This knowledge, which we relate to Audre Lorde's uses of the erotic. I actually should have like used that as one of my sources because I think quite a few of the articles I picked out reference it. But yeah, so this knowledge, which we relate to Audre Lorde's uses of the erotic, is a form of power that transition bloggers, particularly bloggers of color, use to build subcommunities for people with interlocking identities. So that really tell us? I'm doing some math here. I'm doing some math in my brain. Some word math. Here we go. No, that's not it. Tumblr's recent, here we go. Tumblr's recent policy change dictating what I have like five different highlight colors. Oh my gosh, I highlight the bananas out of these things. Tumblr's recent policy change dictating what is pornographic may have confused the erotic with the pornographic. In the context of transition blogging, and looking at some of those other highlighted things might have helped here. So transition blogging is basically you're blogging things about your transition, and that could be, so like for me, I'm non-binary, and while I didn't really go through like a medical transition, I kind of experienced a period of like experimentation where I would experiment with like my clothing, with my hair. I went from having hair that was like 3 feet long to hair that was like 1.5 feet long to now I shave half of my head some nights. It was a journey. And a lot of it is wrapped up in like, what are other people going to think of me? I have to like have a job. I have to go to work at my job, and like if I have half of my head shaved, I mean I don't anymore. But like back when I did have a job, am I gonna go into work one day and one of the parents is gonna start like saying things to me that how I'm not appropriately like dressed, professionally looking, to be taking care of their child. I used to work in childcare, which is another reason why the Don't Say Gay ban for people working with kids is like a huge issue for me, because there are some kids who I was the first queer person that they had like really experienced, like, talking to and like getting to know on a personal level. And so the and like I was at the time, I was like afraid to even talk about that because, even though like technically they can't fire me for being gay, I knew that they could make my life working there very difficult. So, we, as child care professionals, people are already worried about the extent of things that they can say without making it illegal to talk about anything at all. I mean, imagine, a heterosexual person goes into work one day and is like, and she's like, oh yeah, me and my husband are going on vacation, and because she's heterosexual and she's talking about her husband, it's okay. But then, a gay person comes in. Like, I go to work one day and I'm like, yeah, my girlfriend and I are going on vacation, and now I'm being fired for grooming children. Yeah. That's a tangent. That's a tangent and a half. But I think it's really important to kind of put that in perspective and really understand that. Like, kind of like, get it into your brain and don't forget it, because these are not vague concepts that are existing in the ether. These are things that are actually affecting people in their real lives. And that's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here. We don't exist in a vacuum, and everything that happens is related to everything else. So Tumblr's recent policy change confused the erotic with the pornographic. So transition blogging, first I started with my hair, then I started wearing like baggy pants and shorts, instead of like, tight jeans and leggings like you had to wear because it was 2015. How old am I? What year is it? And then I started like testing out the pronouns with the they, them. I mean, we can get into like the nitty gritty where I talk about like, I tried like pitching down my voice a little bit to try to talk like more, like have a deeper voice and like see how I feel about having a deeper voice. But my voice is just kind of high pitched, so like that's not, like something that really works out. What else? Oh my god, there's this one story. I really wanted this like snapback hat that had like the Joker on it because you're working with kids, you're going outside a lot. You don't want to get sunburned. And my mom was like, "No, you can't have that Joker snapback hat because it's a man hat." So a few years later, after a few more paychecks, I got my own Deadpool snapback hat. That was a very big moment for me, buying my own Deadpool snapback hat. I still have it. I don't wear it anymore because, God, it's so tacky. But like, as a little, little baby Envy, just trying to come out in whatever way I could. It made me feel really good. So this is like the kind of stuff that we're talking about. But also when it comes to like other trans people, a lot of trans people will have different types of surgeries. There is top surgery and bottom surgery. And top surgery involves your I believe it specifically involves your chest. And so if you have a flat chest, you're probably gonna, as part of your transition, it might involve having a not flat chest. And if you have a not flat chest, part of your transition may involve having a flat chest. I'm trying to be like as gender neutral and as inclusive as possible while still trying to accurately describe things. And I don't know how it's coming off, or if it's like impossibly confusing. But yeah. So this top surgery, right? You have a chest and you want to have a flat chest as part of your transition. This might involve showing what some people who do not necessarily ascribe to the concept of transness, transphobes, what might involve showing, quotes here, female presenting nipples. Those are not female presenting nipples. They are a trans person's nipples, and the trans person is likely not female presenting if they had top surgery to have a flat chest. So The problem is that this medical, going back to the text, medical and educational content, that is only sometimes considered erotic by the trans people posting and viewing it, it's censored. Oh, you've got to go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm gonna try I'm trying to hurry it up, and I know that it's taking so long. I'm so sorry. It was originally supposed to take 40 minutes, but this is so new and different to me. Okay, but anyway, so it's only sometimes considered erotic by trans people posting it, by censoring content. Tumblr makes algorithmically uninformed choices about what erotic means, and in doing so limits erotic, medical, and or educational trans knowledge, stripping power from trans online communities. So that means if you can't share your story about your transition, some of which involves pictures, some of which might be considered erotic by some people at some times, you're not really able to have community. You're not really able to share your community. You're not really able to have the experience of being in community and being informed. And for a lot of people, the only place where they're going to get any information about this is on Tumblr. So, all we need from this. That's all we need from this article. They're good quotes. So yeah, you can't. That's the problem. You cannot tell whether something is erotic or pornographic, because the same image to one person will be erotic and the same image to another person will be pornographic. If I say that I'm gay if I say that I'm going on vacation with my girlfriend in a casual conversation, to some people, that is just a normal conversation. To other people, that is child grooming. It's subjective. Tumblr allowed trans users. How about we don't do that? Okay. Tumblr allowed trans users the changeability, network separation, and identity realness, along with the queer aspects of multiplicity, fluidity, and ambiguity needed for gender transition. That's what I was talking about with my experience. A trans technology enables trans experiences in those ways, but must go beyond that and must uphold policies and an economic model that embrace adult or erotic content, an integral part of transition and intersectional community building for any trans bloggers without characterizing it as pornographic and removing it. And I just realized that I was not sharing that article as I was reading through it. Whoops, sorry guys. And this was from the same article though. Okay, so that article, I'll put it up real quick. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one too. Is it? What? I do not have. Well, that's weird. Okay, I probably edited this one. Okay, so my scholarly articles are not up, but basically all of those quotes were taken from this article, which is called "Tumblr Was a Trans Technology: The Meaning, Importance, History, and Future of Trans Technologies" by Oliver L. Haimson, Avery Dame Griff, Elias Capello, and Zahari Richter. I don't have my work cited yet, but in the YouTube video, I will have the work cited in the description. And if anybody wants any of the article's information, you can just ask, I guess. I don't know. It'll be in the YouTube video. I'll have that up in a week. Within the week. I mean, probably tomorrow. I'll probably get it up tomorrow. Okay, let's go on to the next article. So, at a time when trans people are gaining increased legal rights and social visibility, cultures of trans exclusionary feminism appear to be strident. And this isn't just feminism with, J.K. Rowling. This is a whole entire reactionary trend that has come out of increased trans visibility. So an area of acute disquiet concerns the place of trans women within women's spaces. Long inscribed feminist treaties of bodily autonomy are forsaken as feminists query against other women's genitals or buff their hormonal and chromosome makeup in the policing of feminist space. So there are a lot of, I think, for the past 4 years, there were a lot of bathroom bills anti-trans bathroom bills where you had to use the bathroom that is the correct bathroom for essentially your genitalia. The problem is that, I mean, is that the world we want to live in? Like, really, you have to, like, you know, expose yourself, your most intimate parts, just to use the bathroom. I think that the bathrooms are actually where we, you know, conceal our most intimate. You know, you go to the bathroom to take a shit. You don't go to the bathroom to have sex. I take that back. I'm sorry. Ignore that I said that. You go to the bathroom to take a shit. End of story. Period. So reductive models of biology and restrictive understandings of sex and gender distinction are articulated in defense of the feminist position. Such conduct is defended through recourse to women's safety, and proclamations of censorship are declared when these views are challenged. Yeah, guys, you go to the bathroom to take a shit. That's all you're doing in there, unless you're doing number one. Respect. So yeah. Anonymous asked, okay, but for real, why should I care? They're only banning female presenting nipples. That doesn't harm me. I actually hate seeing female presenting nipples anyways. I actually, like, did a lot of, like, searching for, like, of posts. Because I part of this project was, like, I wanted to, like, engage with actual Tumblr posts that talk about this issue. Because I believe in the Tumblr community and what the Tumblr community has to say about the Tumblr community. I think it's, like, really interesting what social media users who use social media platforms daily have to say about their activity on social media platforms. And so a lot of these asks are modeled after, like, asks I've seen, and asks that, like, I've experienced having. And so sorry about that. That was a loud one. So, because it's not actually about female presenting nipples. It's about the way the government enacts policies that force social media sites to enforce censorship. Wow. I could have written that so it was easier to read. I'm sorry. Something which doesn't work and disproportionately persecutes already marginalized groups of people. I don't know. Have I proved that? Have I proved that? You decide. You decide. Tumblr was a trans technology because of the way it allowed queer people to be in community with one another. Remember, the grapevine, the closet space, the community closet space. We're not in the closet alone anymore. We're in the closet together. And we're experimenting. We're testing things out. We're buying our Deadpool hats. Trying on those Deadpool hats. We got ourselves some board shorts. It's chill. I don't wear board shorts anymore. I wear, like, high-waisted short shorts, and I think that's, like, all I wear. Like, I spent the whole entire winter wearing high-waisted short shorts. And I don't know, for some reason, high-waisted short shorts and, like, a button-down just feel like the gayest clothes ever to me. Like, yeah, it's very cool. Okay, so while some would categorize this as keyboard activism, that's, like, the big thing that everybody's, like, throwing at Twitter users. You're just a keyboard activist. I think it's important. Is that a comma or a period? That's a comma. I think it's important to acknowledge the value of these kinds of information networks and the access it brings people to knowledge that would be outside of their access were it not available online. And I don't know if I mentioned this, or I'm going to mention this, but the thing is that these people aren't just, like, chilling out, posting pictures of their bare chests. No, these people are actually engaging with queer theory. They're engaging with and implementing queer theory. And this is my next, this is it. Theories in the Flesh emphasize the diversity among gay, bisexuals, lesbians, and transgendered people of color, while simultaneously accounting for how racism and classism work, how we experience and theorize the world. Theories in the Flesh also conjoin theory and practice through an embodied politics of resistance. This politics of resistance is manifest in the vernacular traditions such as performance, folklore, literature, and verbal art, and shitposting memes on Tumblr. Like how I brought it back there? No. Okay, so part of activism, I'm always going to believe this, an essential part of your activism when you are a marginalized person is just existing. It's existing, and it's being yourself, and it's being yourself loudly. Whether that means shouting at your Twitch viewers as you talk about a queer studies project you're working on, whether that means being a person on Tumblr who is sharing, posts to spread information to people. These are the things we do, not just to, spread awareness, not just to do activism, but just to prove that we are alive. And to prove that we should be alive. Because sometimes we live in a world that tells us that we shouldn't. And so every day we have to wake up and we have to give ourselves a reason to be alive. And sometimes that is shitposting on Tumblr. So how do we do that? We go on Tumblr and we engage with queer theory, and we take queer theory to the very material nitty-gritty of our lives and our everyday existence, and we say, this applies to me here, and this applies to me there, and this is what I'm going to do about it. The body, I believe, has to be theorized in ways that's and it's okay. It's okay. Okay. I'm alive for a while. The body, I believe, has to be theorized in ways that not only describe the ways in which it is brought into being, but what it does once it is constituted, the relationship between it and other bodies around it. Right? So we're existing in the grapevine. We are existing in the communal closet. We are not just existing in this, though. We are informing the grapevine. We are participating in the grapevine. The grapevine is not just something that we touch. It's something that we interact with, something we are part of, something we contribute to. Tumblr is kind of known. Maybe it's kind of not known. No, Tumblr is known for being the SJW site, right? And Tumblr is known for being the SJW site because there are people out there who are from academia, and they're taking their academic subjects, they're taking their academic papers that they've read, and they're posting them on Tumblr, and they're bringing them to people who would otherwise not access those things. And we're giving access. Remember, the point of the internet is we're promoting access. The archive, the World Archive, I believe that's what it is. The Internet Archive. It's about taking this information and democratizing it, making it available to the people, because the people deserve knowledge. Because knowledge is, that we don't have enough time to get into the importance of knowledge, but knowledge is very important. Next quote. Trans and queer content would increase Tumblr's risk of legal action under Sesta Fawcett and offered or offend platforms and advertisers' ideal demographic, the cultural mainstream. The cultural mainstream is cishet white people. Yeah. We could say, we could add, other describers to that, pretty cishet white people, pretty and thin cishet white people. But it's the norms, the standards, the standard people. The dudes who get all of the views on YouTube and are making millions of dollars. Thus, though Tumblr's features and culture were designed to uniquely enable trans experience, economic prioritizations and resulting policy decisions were not. And I think that's really key here, because despite the potential, and this isn't just like imaginary potential, right? This is an active sort of potential which was occurring on this space where, the grapevine could be a thing that existed. And the grapevine didn't have to appeal to, a mass amount of people because there were people who were willing to keep it alive. It just wasn't profitable. And so instead of keeping it alive, we sacrifice it to weeping Tumblr staff, at Tumblr staff. If you have a Tumblr, just go and copy the VOD of this and just at Tumblr staff with it. Don't do that. Okay, a trans technology enables trans experiences, but must go beyond that. It also must uphold policies and an economic model that embrace adult or erotic content, an integral part of transition and intersectional communities, intersectional community building for many trans bloggers without characterizing it as pornographic and removing it. It might be harder to read when I highlight it on here. Like to a certain extent, I also highlight to keep track of where I'm reading, so we have a catch-22. But yeah, so once again, the grapevine, the potential of the grapevine, and not, you know, the passive potential, the active potential, what Tumblr was actually doing, what Tumblr was actually creating, democratization of knowledge, networks of information. Like if we want to think about the whole debacle of the mainstream news, right? Who does mainstream news serve? I'm sorry, a little bit like Alex Jones. People are gonna be like, "Wow, you're crazy." No, do not go watch Alex Jones. I'm sorry, no. Like there are leftist news content creators out there. Go watch the Majority Report. The Majority Report is excellent. Whenever I have a good take and people are like, "Wow, that's such a good take. Where did you learn it from?" I probably learned it from the Majority Report. So you should go and check out the Majority Report because they are an excellent news source, especially if you are into like, you know, academic papers and such, because they actually, you know, interview people who have published their academic papers about the papers that they've published. Great place. I've even like used people like interviews as sources before. It's a great resource. So but at the same time, you know, Majority Report once again is not the only. It's not serving trans people. It's not serving trans experiences. And the one thing that you know, when nobody is willing to serve you, you have to serve yourself. Life is a buffet. Don't eat all of the grapes. Save some for me. Okay, for real. Wait, did I read that earlier? I feel like I read that earlier. I did. Yeah, it's not actually about the female presenting nipples. Whoops. This slide is intentionally mostly blank because this slide is intentionally left mostly blank, mostly as a subjective term. So what are we doing? We're the facts, the reprise. We're just gonna go and kind of mull over all of the things. I mean, I think I've been like pretty decently repeating things as needed. We have, you know, the conflict between the erotic and the pornographic. We have all of these different bills that contribute to creating this environment where it's really detrimental to sex workers. It's really detrimental to trans and queer people. I keep saying like trans and queer, but I feel like trans and queer is the same thing. But at the same time, I keep saying like they're different things. But then at the same time, I feel it is kind of a useful distinction because I'm talking like queer people in general, but specifically trans people. I don't know. So yeah, we have reprised. Let's move on. So, I thought you promised this would be fun. So far, it seems like some kind of boring presentation. Wow, thanks, man. No, so this is the post. This is the post. We should look at some posts now. Okay, so I have to go and close all of these tabs. So since this has like been super like oh no, I closed all of the tabs. I did not mean to close. Come on. Kind of like have to go to the bathroom, like really bad. So why don't we take like a like a 10-second break? Be right back. 10-second break. Okay, that was probably a few seconds longer than 10 seconds. That's okay, because I'm back. I'm not going over. Okay, so, like, I want to take like a moment while I'm still in like break space to be like, I don't know why I ever thought that I could cram this into 40 minutes. Like this is such a huge topic, and like I straight up thought I could cram it into 40 minutes, and I think that would really have done a disservice to the topic. And I hope that, you know, for people watching, you know, either now or in the future, that this has been a somewhat enjoyable or educational experience so far. You know, we sometimes I refer to myself as we, and I don't know why. Me and my cat, we. But no, I'm trying to find ways to participate in the grapevine, and I don't know. So let's look at some posts. So the thing with the Tumblr, the deal with the Tumblr post, so as we already know, Tumblr is kind of a terrible place. Oh, that's what's going on. There we go. Tumblr is kind of a terrible place to do research because of the way it's designed. So it isn't writing you know, if you're doing a tag search, you're going to lose all of the posts that don't use tags. And trust me, I was very bad at tags. If and I wanted to be able to find it in the future. Like the tag system was broken though; it didn't even work because I'd have to kind of keep finding these posts and reblogging them, and it was pretty bad. So yeah, so like these are not the end all be all of the posts. These are just the posts that I found, and I think, you know, bringing them together for you is gonna bring you a little bit closer to this medium that I've been talking about for so long. So let's look into it. And we immediately come into some of the most scandalous content. I mean, look, if it's not considered too NSFW for Tumblr, then I'm sure it's fine for Twitch. I don't know. So, basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 or 9. I have 8 categories of posts to present to you today. And I divided these into categories based on the content of the post. We have status updates, and these are posts that kind of say, they talk about their experiences, the posters' experiences. So like, if they're where are they now? Where are they now? How are they dealing with the ban? Has the ban impacted them? How do they feel? Yeah, status. It's a status update. And then we have, should we explain them all right now? Okay, let's just go through it all right now. So Twitter, there's a lot of cross-pollination between Twitter and Tumblr. So these Twitter posts are the posts that people have taken like screenshots of from Twitter and they've posted them on Tumblr. Then there's asks, and you've seen a bunch of asks already. So these are where people are asking questions, and asks are asks offer us the opportunity for interaction, interpersonal interactions with one another. In my heyday, I was quite the flirtatious little asker, if you don't mind me saying so. I mean, you probably do mind. You don't want to hear that. It's fine. It's fine. No, but they you know, opportunities for engagement, right? Opportunities for spreading information, giving people information. opportunities to, you know, do lots of things. Ask a question. We all like asking questions. Sometimes, you know, we ask more questions than we have answers. I would hope that I, you know, encouraged you with this presentation to ask a few questions about the nature of internet censorship, who is writing all of these bills, who is, you know, supporting all of them. Why, you know, why is it important to me? How is it relevant within my own life, even if I'm not queer or trans, or, you know, like, even if this seems to have nothing to do with me, asks. So it's important to ask. And sometimes we get answers, and, you know, it is what it is. What it is. But I would hope that, you know, good faith questions would be responded to with good faith answers. Then we have informative posts, and informative posts are, they can be, informative posts are usually really long. There's a lot of long text posts, lots of words. They take up a lot of space on your dash, and people are constantly reblogging them and reblogging them and reblogging them, and you like see the same thing like 10 times in one day, and you're like, oh my gosh, I guess I have to reblog this. And then like 2 weeks later, sometimes you find out that a TERF wrote it, and you're like, okay, now I have to scrub every mention of this from my dash before they come after me, because like TERFs are insidious. Like, guys, it's crazy. It's crazy out there. That's a little bit too into like the politics of Tumblr for right now. But yeah, informative posts that have like a lot of, like, if posts that need a too long didn't read. If it needs a too long didn't read, it's probably an informative. But you should read it because it's good. It's gonna educate. You're gonna get educated. There's memes. We love the memes. We are here for the memes. There were not a lot of memes. This is, you know, sad situation, hard to meme. So we did not have a lot of memes, but we did have memes. And I'm very proud of the memes that I found, because, well, I'm proud of the people who made the memes that I found. Yeah, let's do that. Links. So there is an option to just put a link, and that's your post. And then like some people have like little comments after the link. These have a lot of overlap with informative posts, but informative posts tend to be the text and then links to support the text. Multimedia. I only had one post in here, but it was there was a lot going on here, and I just didn't know what to make of it. Call to action. Call to action is like, this is what's going on, and this is what you can do about it, or this is what you can do about it, or do something. So many calls to action are just like, do something, anything. Oh my god, please. Like mood. Then we have other, and the other are posts that are made. There's like one person made more than one post, and I didn't want to like separate the posts into the different categories because they were all made by the same person. So first post. Thank you all for your support. I just wanted to give a bit of an update. Sesta shut down my Patreon. Tumblr cut pornographic content, so my hands are kind of tied, and I'm forced to shut this thing down until I have the time and space to come up with a viable solution. Right now, I'm hard at work on other projects, so this one is just on the back burner. I'll return to post art every now and then, more lewd than nude, and I'll let you know when I can get back to work on this and how you can follow along. And this is a post. Let's scroll up. So this is a person who does, I guess, art. And I mean, pretty good art, if I do say so myself. Like, very nice. Very nice art. And so they are forced to go to work at other projects, because this project is no longer viable. And, you know, once again, it's if you are self-employed, where is your unemployment when you get fired from your job all of a sudden? Well, and some people are going to be lucky enough to have other projects to work on. Some people might not be. So that was our first post. Basta, Sesta, and CC censorship have wrecked my income. Here's how you can help a black femme. Hi all, here's the overall rundown in the midst of other things I was already dealing with and working on. Knock-on effects of Basta Sesta have basically decimated my income for the past 3.5 months with little sign of improvement. I believe what is the thing that people always say? Most Americans are one medical disaster short of bankruptcy. So you can imagine, you know, the cost of medical care and then the cost of 3.5 months of no to little income. Like, we were going somewhere with that, but we just lost the plot. No, it's a lot of money to lose, and especially if you are working as. Oh my gosh, my mom is calling me. I cannot talk right now, Mom. Mute my phone now. Actually, she's probably gonna call back. Yeah. Okay. No. So if you know a medical emergency will cost you enough money that it will put you, you know, into financial ruin, then, you know, 3.5 months of no income, financial ruin, financial ruin. So the industry specific backstory here, but as most of you are not SW, that'd be sex workers, it's honestly a bit irrelevant. However, if you want more info, DM me. That's direct message. What matters is that not only have I been robbed of my main source of income, this jeopardizes all the work that I've been doing to stabilize my work. A lot of people go into sex work because it's one of the few avenues that is available for them to work. Remember, sex workers often exist on the very margins of society. These are queer people, these are trans people, these are people of color, these are disabled people. There's a lot of queer, disabled people of color out there on who are making wonderful content. And so, um, uh, to have something, you know, destabilize one of their few sources of income, that can be very, very difficult to overcome for them. Which matters a lot because I'm doing all I can to move out of survival mode and into thriving. But that's not possible if my foundation keeps slipping every few months. That's really important. Remember, sex work is real work. You have to put just as much work into selling your feet pics on only. I know that sounds it's a joke, but like at the same time, it's for real. I mean, it's not even a joke. It's a metaphor because I can't actually. I can't actually describe like most kind of sex work. I feel like I don't know. Can I? Maybe I can. I don't know. But anyway, so it involves just as much work. And if you're devoting your time and energy to that, you're not able to devote your time and energy to other things. And so you have to decide what to prioritize. And if something's making money, you need to prioritize that. So that means that you could build, you know, a foundation and then a decision of a multi-million-dollar valued corporation can completely destroy your entire life. I am an indigenous, black femme, climate organizer, community medicine person, diviner, and jewelry artist working on a land-backed project that needs funding, as does my life in general. Furthermore, when it comes to starting a business, there are many privileges I have not had, and intro costs can be formidable. So here's my donation link. I don't think I can copy this and paste this into the chat. But if you have a Tumblr and you know find this post, you could, you know, circulate it for them. All support is appreciated, and this is also a great way for European descendants to make reparations. Secondly, here's my Patreon. This supports all of my content creation across my blog, my Instagram, my YouTube. This involves things like healing work, supporting Indigenous reconnection for Black, Indigenous people of color, and sharing medicine, making information as well as recipes. My Patreon growth allows me stable foundational income for the work I'm most aligned with. So if you'd like to assist me long-term, Patreon is the way to go. So yeah, here's all of this is, you know, update posts. This is what I'm doing. This is how I'm, you know, trying to get my, you know, stuff together, my life together. Support me if you can. A lot of poster like this. This is a new one. I recently learned about Cestus and the way it affected the internet, and it was pretty interesting because it completely recontextualized an NSFW ban for me. If we see I was a wee Tumblr blur. I support the effort, even if I can't pronounce it then. So practice for me equated to logging out the A-Day. I don't know what the A-Day is. But now I understand why it went into effect and Tumblr's role, as well as other social media's role, and the whole NSFW's internet-wide purge debacle. Yeah, I mean, some people, there was, I think there was a fair bit of confusion and around like why this was necessary, because I mean, and like I just spent 3 hours going into like why this is happening, what are the different things that are leading into it. So you can imagine like a young, like a 15-year-old who just made their first Tumblr account, and they're so excited, and they've made their they got their first follower, and now they're mutuals, and like, I mean, you can imagine how difficult it might be to get all of this information and process all of this information, especially if at the same time that they're trying to get all this information and process all of this information, the communities that disseminate this information are being systemically, can we qualify it as systemically? I don't know, but they're being destroyed. And yeah, next one. Honestly, like, despite all my, oh geez, I really cannot highlight that one. It turns the same color as the text. Okay, honestly, like, despite all my brashness, I can really bury the hatchet about a lot of things, but one thing I feel like I'll always have a grudge over is the ways Tumblr staff single-handedly took an extremely active and vibrant artistic community and smothered it so completely between censoring LGBTQIA plus tags on safe mode, the NSFW ban. Oh yeah, LGBTQIA plus tags were at one point considered NSFW, I think, in safe mode. Yeah. Call back to the Don't Say Gay bill. The NSFW ban refusing to implement a proper tagging and search system. Once again, I've once a month I have to go through, find all my old poems, reblog them just in case I need to read them to somebody at a spoken word event like I did last year. That was fun. A lot of fun. Refusing to make reins on banning Nazis, homophobes, and trans. Like, we can have Nazis, homophobes, and transphobes, white supremacists, and others, on Tumblr, and that's not offensive or what was it? What was the word? What was the word? I forget what the word was. It's not offensive content. It's not disturbing content. It's not But if a trans person wants to show their scars in dim lighting from top surgery and the process of healing from those scars, then that's like, oh guys, we're grooming the children here. Oh boy. Yeah, like this is the reality of things, I think. Like, what the not just the difference between the erotic and the pornographic, but the way that the concept of the pornographic is weaponized against people who are experimenting in the erotic. So anyway, oh yeah, and how like actual violence is being just ignored. So they drove away many diverse creators, like so many more places where they drop the fucking ball. Like, genuinely, it makes me want to break something. Like, I'm here. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, buddy. This is that feel when pornography is viewed as more harmful than hate speech, racism, bigotry, and Nazism. See, good. This is good shit. Good shit. See, people on Tumblr. I'm gonna be real, guys. People on Tumblr are some of the most clever and funny and interesting people that you will ever meet in your whole entire life. And I know this personally because I am on Tumblr. And like, I mean, come on, really, come on. Add clever title here. See, that's good. Description coming soon. That description is never coming, and you know that. It's good. It's good. It's really annoying and disappointing that at staff, we have to at the staff. We all at the staff. Went through all of that censorship nonsense to try and make Tumblr a better place, and I'm still having to siphon through porn bots. Seriously, I just reported 5. What was the point of all of that? They tried to get rid of the porn, but all they got rid of is my bathroom sink. It's good. It's good. We love it. We love to see it. I mean, we don't love to see it, you know what I'm saying. I am buoyant and have several survival modes. Like, once again, people on Tumblr are some of the most witty and creative and funny people ever. So far, Tumblr's new algorithm has flagged a video of a leg spasm. I believe that's, like, their leg shaking. Which, I mean, let's be real. That's pretty ableist. Ableism in the algorithm. We didn't really branch into disability as a point of marginalization, but yeah, I think this is a good point to say it, that disability, disabled people, and I think I mentioned in the other post, disabled people, but yeah, a picture of a hand holding chocolate and several animated Star Wars clips as inappropriate. I mean, you were posting Star Wars content. I had to say that because my girlfriend loves Star Wars. I'm sorry. Please don't break up with me. Nice notes fucking over celibate disabled nerds. What? Oh yeah, it's fucking over them. Yeah, it's fucking over celibate disabled nerds. For the time being. I guess, what is it? Star Wars would be the nerds, and then celibate would be the hand holding chocolate, and disabled would be leg spasms, as well as innumerable sex workers. I don't know, guys. This is. I think this is like more of the edgy humor that the kids are talking about these days. This country and this world are becoming less and less safe for people who are different. There are fewer and fewer spaces where it's safe for us to exist, express ourselves, and support ourselves with each other. Where do we go? Yeah, that is. I think that is the general feeling that you have just boiled down there. My hands secrete a monument. I don't know. That's a link. I don't want to click that. I'm afraid to click that. Tumblr users are people that you should view with like the same amount of awe as you do trepidation. Don't trust these people. But also, they're wonderful. I was like, maybe Newgrounds might be a place to consider for my not Tumblr approved art. Then I searched trans in the tags. Perhaps not. I don't know what Newgrounds is, but this person, I trust them, and they're on Tumblr. Of course I trust them. Wait, didn't I just say not to trust Tumblr people? Huh. Okay, I'm being contradictory. It's okay. It's late. I'm tired. Yeah, so I don't know what Newgrounds is. We're not going to look it up because I don't know if I don't know if it's going to break some Twitch rules. But if you search trans in the tags and you don't feel safe to post there, it's not a good place. It's not a good place, probably. Okay, next one. Reddit users making jokes about the Tumblr migration, like, oh god, they're from Tumblr. Wait, they're porn blogs. That's so cool. But the thing is, they're probably going to start banning porn on Reddit too. This anti-sex movement is a problem across all social media platforms due to FOSTA and CESTA taking effect next year. Even sites like Newgrounds, just mentioned in the last one, and Mastodon might get hit with legal ramifications if they keep allowing porn. It sucks that we barely got support from the rest of the internet to stop these laws from passing, but maybe the consequences will get people to start rallying around repealing them. I think we can almost qualify this as a call to action. It's somewhere in the middle grounds of like call to action versus status post. But at the same time, I feel like it's more of a status post because I don't know, why do I think it's a status post? Let's move on to the next thing. I feel like if I have to think too hard about something, then I just need to move on. We've been going for a very long time. Okay, so we did status. We did not do Twitter. Open all bookmarks. These are Twitter posts. Q is for content. That sounds like a fandom thing. I'll investigate into it. So this is a Twitter post. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a Twitter post. It's a Twitter thread. And I have liked it because there's a red heart up there. Let's see what it says. Why are Tumblr and Facebook cracking down on sex so much? And why is Facebook so overzealous about it? So they're in, and they're so overzealous. Okay, about it. It's all Apple. Sometimes intonation is hard to like read in text, and I tend to like monotone kind of when my brain is thinking about reading things. So it can be confusing sometimes. But that's it's all Apple's fault, etc., etc. I can explain all. Ooh. It's largely the fault of a set of U.S. laws called SESTA and FOSTA. So this is one of those situations where we're informing people. This is a Tumblr Twitter crossover post that is informative. So here's an article about them. But in short, these laws make websites responsible for third-party content related to sex work. We already know that. They can be sued for having full-service sex work ads on their platforms, even if they don't know about it. Let's see what these laws don't do and what they're designed to do. They don't stop trafficking. They actually make it harder to find victims. Wait, harder for who? They make it harder for law enforcement to help victims. Yeah, that's it. They make it harder for law enforcement to help victims. Turns out the easiest way to find victims is online. Wait, I don't. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's just like weird. Like it's worded really funny. If you remove sites used to screen clients, pimps spring up offering safe client lists. I know that the word pimp is a very charged word. So I don't know if this is quite the appropriate word to use here, but yeah, we're gonna move on. Removing advertising also forces sex workers out onto street corners. I believe that Rolling Stone. I believe we read. Did we read on the Rolling Stone? I don't know. We read a Vox. These are sites where you can find articles. Those laws were passed in April, and we saw a lot of sites disappear overnight. Why are Facebook and Tumblr acting now? They come into force next month. My mind, Tumblr saw Apple removing the Tumblr app ban from their store and went, we need to ban porn anyway. We'll just act early. Their algorithm sucks because we learned all about that sucking. Dacker. I think. Facebook yesterday announced its policy on sexual solicitation, which is ludicrously. Sorry, I saw the L and I was like, No, it's ludicrously overzealous. Bans the discussion of anything related to sex, including incredibly vague language like "I'm looking for a good time tonight." I mean, who isn't looking for a good time tonight, though? We're all looking for. I would hope that you would not want to have a bad time tonight. The reason they're so overzealous isn't because they're screaming, somebody think of the children. It's because if they miss one ad, they can be sued. They know algorithms for this suck. We all know that. So they've decided to overcompensate for that and effectively ban talking about sex. Censorship is bad. I don't know if you can actually hear the clapping and my voice, or if it just sounds like weird distortion. These laws come into force next month, and Twitter will crack down. I don't remember if Twitter did crack down because, as far as I know, there's still adult content on Twitter. Sorry about that. I forgot to mute the mic. It was really bothering me. I didn't drink coffee today, so my sinuses are really bothering me because caffeine helps with your sinuses, I think. Why don't you start your own website? You aren't US based, just do that. There are a myriad of reasons I can't do that. Age verification laws are going to happen soon here, and I can't afford to pay for that software. The UK Gov is considering our own SESTA, FOSTA laws. Remember, the United States is not, look, guys, the United States is a massive imperial power, and things that we do, other people tend to start trying to do too. It's no coincidence that, you know, we elect an alt-right weirdo, and then all of the rest of the world starts electing, you know, or trying to at least. France, I guess, Macron was elected, so like they're not quite, you know, as far down the pipeline as they could have been. But it things that happen in the United States indicate potential for global trends. So while the United States doesn't run the world and the rest of the world has its own stuff going on, we can sometimes look at the things the US is doing and kind of extrapolate on what might be happening in the rest of the world. But we should probably not do that. We should probably like look at the rest of the world too and be like, you know, where's the, you know, like we have to think about where we are and what, you know, we're telling everybody else. I don't know. I feel like I'm like clouding up the issue the more I try to like talk about this. I made my go to Pornhub. I don't need another storefront. I need a place to communicate with queer communities and advertise. Pornhub fucking sucks. Pornhub is good for one thing: watching pornography. Pornhub is not good for creating a queer community. So, yeah. I mean, is Pornhub even good for watching porn though? Not particularly. Sorry. Such spots is an attempt to limit not only sex work, but queer expression online. Queer relationships are seen as inherently sexual to some. Remember, don't say gay. We need to be fighting this because it's not just a stick to hit sex workers with. Remember, this is an intersectional issue. To my mind, these laws were always about stopping consensual sex work while always punching at queer people and sexual expression. This is a censorship bill. Yell at your elected representatives of America. Make them realize what this is because it was sold on stopping sex trafficking. Anything that is supposed to be targeting sex trafficking, because sex trafficking and grooming minors and abusing minors are the kind of it's the worry about the children argument. And the worry about the children is something is going to harm the children. And whatever they say is going to harm the children is, first of all, probably not going to harm the children. And second of all, it's probably not the thing they're actually legislating against. So that's what I have to say about that. The optics were so good that all the Democrats voted for it too. Liberals are just as much at fault here. People might not like to hear that, but look, I'm crusty, man. I'm an anarchist. I don't like Democrats, and I don't like the Republicans. I don't like anybody. We are criticizing Democrats from the left. Yeah, that's what we do here. I mean, you know, that's what we want to do here. Okay, I know there's a lot happening, and it's hard to keep up with it all, but this is important. Sesta Fossa needs to be repealed. Look at all this tax. Okay, next post. That was so much. Okay, I swear we're gonna like be. I swear where it's not gonna okay, here's a really good one. This is one I really like. If you want a short and bitter summary of why the moral hammer is coming down so hard on sexual content, evangelical aligned anti-porn and sex work orgs, basically disguised as anti-trafficking, basically disguised as sex trafficking rescues, lobby and fund payment processors that then have to comply with their mission. So this is what we're talking about. What's it called? Like the Cash App. I think Cash App is one of them. Basically, any app that you download to send money to people. Those are what are being targeted. And so, oh, my tab. Let's see. Does that need like further explanation? you give money to a corporation, and then you say, corporation, you have to do what I want you to do. This is like the Elon Musk and the Twitter thing. You give money to the people, now you own the Twitter, and now you say, I am going to ban everyone who does not like Elon Musk. And celebrate. We do not. Okay. So bills were passed. Have made that easier to do. I'm not an expert. I'd say I'm knowledgeable. Definitely not. I'd say I'm knowledgeable and definitely not an expert. It's much more complex, but in my understanding of it, yeah. The American law system is certainly not equipped to actually help trafficking victims, and two, they lump any sex work or sexual internet content under trafficking because they're trying to purify the internet. Look, guys, you can look up. It's the internet is for porn. Just go look it up. Trust me. It's on YouTube. It's been a while since I've listened. I don't know if it's like copyrighted. That's why. Otherwise, I'd like go show it to you. It's like Muppets, and they sing a song. The rise of this rhetoric within the last 6 years is why we see a puritanical attitude amongst young people, and why kink at pride discourse is important in the larger scheme of things. Do we want to get into the kink at pride discourse? Look, here's what I'm going to say. Kink communities and queer communities have been linked on a very fundamental level since, I guess, the beginning of time is a bit extreme and dramatic. But let's say there's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of overlap, okay? Because when it comes to expressing desires outside of the norm, for some people, the very first step, the very first foray is into kink. And then, 5 years later, you realize that you were just a lesbian. No. I don't know what to tell you. Who the fuck is Jesus? I love that. That's a nice image. Okay, so oh, here we go. Capitalism. Get a job. Get a job or you're worthless. Get a job. Why aren't you getting a job? Get a job. Get a job already. Get a job, woman. Fine, I'll do sex work. Capitalism. You know, not that job. Woman, why not? Capitalism. Someone might be forcing you to do it. This is, that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good one. Let's go to the next. Open all bookmarks. I don't know what that means, but it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. So this is an ask. Wait, these are asks, right? Yeah, these are asks. So, can you prove that? Because they didn't say it was because of any laws. So this is something that you, like, this person has probably been sending them a lot of asks. So we get the content in the post. I can. Well, it was absolutely in part due to the child pornography incident where Apple removed the app. So they're probably talking about why. Can you prove that porn was banned because of Sesta Fosta? There's a law that came into effect in April called the That and the That. Here's the article. Remember, these asks are places where education can occur. And if you don't want to read it, I'll also explain it in here a bit. Section 230, we know about that, is what has allowed parts of the internet to function as it has, but that is changing that. In fact, it's an expansion of Section 230. It changes liability. Websites like Reddit, Craigslist, Google, and Tumblr. Oh no, it changes the liability, are held in regards to the publication of things involving sexual solicitation. Initially, these sites wouldn't be held accountable for third-party content, but with the new bill, they will be, whether the said content is consensual or not. So come April, these sites can and likely will be held accountable for anything that slips through, which can mean going to court and paying fees. But from what I've read, the language in FOSTA says is kind of broad. But it seems like, but it means sites can't take chances. You can thank Trump for it, seeing as he signed it. But once again, remember this is not just an intersectional issue within the community. It's also an intersectional issue within the politics. That was so bad. That was so. Sometimes I like make a joke and I cringe. I cringe at myself because that was so bad. Granted, the House and Senate obviously didn't strike it down. There we go. There we go. See, I really have to stop. Like, people are gonna start accusing me of like pre-reading the posts because I say what the post is going to say before it says it. The House and Senate obviously didn't strike it down and ask for revision, but both were controlled by the Republicans at the time, and apparently it was signed back in March. Okay, so like, you know, both parties are at fault, but one party is slightly more at fault. Why its staff didn't include some kind of reference to this, I don't know, but it probably would have saved them at least some headache. No, it wouldn't, because look, the thing about Tumblr users is we are the worst. I'm sorry, we are. Like, there are stans on Tumblr. If you don't know what a stan is, then I mean, I think stan has like has stan come to the general terminology? Do we all know what a stan is? There's shippers on Tumblr. There's stans on Tumblr. There are kinners on Tumblr. Kinner is definitely not in the general Tumblrology, or in the general Tumblr. I like that word. Interesting word. Okay, anyway, hi Ralph. I guess that's the blogger. I don't think you saw it yesterday, but Halsey tweeted a few things about sex work, and I wanted to know your position on that. Sex work, not Halsey's opinion, but if you want to expand on that, I wouldn't oppose. For what it's worth, I think she's having a very limited view of the subject. I hadn't seen it, and I'm finding it a bit hard to piece together what exactly happened. Her initial statement is support sex workers. That her initial statement support sex workers is at all controversial among feminists, and the left is a fucking indictment. In this house, we support sex workers. Let me say it again with the clap. In this house, we support sex workers. Why do we support sex workers? Because we support workers. Supporting workers is basic. See, saying the things that the post is going to say before it says it. I have no way of knowing the number of times that I've said support X workers in chants, or while collecting money, or on picket lines, or in leaflets, or in conversation. I don't necessarily agree with what I've seen of Halsey's response once she got challenged, but I think it was mostly because the simple, vital act of solidarity was twisted to mean ridiculous things, and knowing how to respond to that in a consistent and principled way is a skill. Oh God, it is, though. My position on sex work is pretty straightforward. Sex work is work. Work is generally terrible under capitalism, but we do know how to make it much better. Workers organizing together have improved their lives so much. I understand that a lot of people, my friend, you are based. This is based. I understand that a lot of people, particularly people who aren't cis men, will have complicated feelings and thoughts about sex work. We understand that. That makes total sense. Both work and sex are made infinitely worse than they could be for those who don't have power in our society, and at the same time, infused with a lot of meaning. I think one of the powers of solidarity is that it can help people navigate complicated situations. Responding to sex workers the same way you respond to other workers and offering them solidarity is a way of getting political clarity, even if your responses are complex. And this is kind of... notifications. My phone is blowing up right now. Okay. But yeah, no, this is important. Solidarity. We need to express solidarity. And not just... No. We're talking about sex workers today. We need to express solidarity with sex workers because workers deserve solidarity. Sex workers are workers. Okay. There we go. Similarly, I think there's only one legal model that is consistent with women's liberation and meaningful feminism. People with a wide range of feelings, thoughts, and analysis can and should support decriminalization. Decriminalization is different from legalization because legalization means we create laws that regulate sex work, which... Okay, this is a big topic, but creating laws that regulate the behaviors of sex workers is arguably bad. And the best thing that we can possibly do to help sex workers not be in bad situations is to just let them be. And people will disagree with this take, but it happens to be the position that I kind of agree with most. And like I get it, there's a lot of different models, there's a lot of different opinions, there's a lot of different perspectives. I understand that. But I think decriminalization for a lot of things is the best way to support people who have been harmed by the criminalization of these things. The difference it makes to marginalized people's lives when law changes reduce the power the police have over their communities are real and obvious. Feminists all over the world can support sex workers by campaigning for decriminalization, a very different thing from legislation. So that's what I've just... Pre-watching. Y'all wouldn't understand that. That's a meme. I find myself like talking in memes. And none of this is very complicated for me because I come from NZ. I'm assuming that's New Zealand. If it's not New Zealand, let me know. One of the only places in the world to decriminalize sex work, and perhaps because of what I've known, a lot of people who do sex, because of that, I've known a lot of people who do sex work and listen to them talk about their lives and their work. I'm very happy to talk more about qualms or questions that you have. I also recommend the book Revolting Prostitutes. Here, I'm gonna change this to like a different thing so I can check out if this is gonna be interesting covers. Okay, here we go. It's good. It's good. It's tame. Oh, here you go. This is the book that was recommended. Paperback with free ebook. 40% off. What a deal. Go check that out. The Fight for Sex Workers, Revolting Prostitutes, The Fight for Sex Workers' Rights by Juno Mack and Molly Smith. Oh. We're not going to read the tags today. We're not going to read the tags. It's very tempting to read the tags because tags are a fun thing to read sometimes. But so why is Apple so anti-porn in the first place? Does it have to do with Sesta Fosta? And we have to remember that Apple was anti-porn long before Sesta Fosta came around. Look, once again, Steve Jobs. This is the exact article that we read. So this is one of those asks. That's a link. Then we have, in which I have strong opinions. I know fuck all about VPNs. I mean, I think I know a little bit about VPNs. But we're not going to be talking about VPNs right now. That's funny. Okay, wait, did the Earn It Act get passed? Is it law now? Will I be banned as an adult content for being openly queer? The act did not get passed. And this is as of 2/17. As of today, I believe this has not passed. But we'll get to that. Okay, people have been asking about this, so here's how it works. Section 230. Section 230, websites are not responsible. The changes proposed would make websites responsible, specifically for child pornography and revenge porn, which is not easy to distinguish from regular porn. I believe that there is already legislation out there about revenge porn, and I can say from personal experience that in the cases of things like revenge porn, things like internet sexual harassment, that most of these things are not dealt with or treated seriously by law enforcement unless you are a family member of a person who works in law enforcement. Once again, I say this from personal experience. I don't want to get into it. It's a very complicated issue, but the crux of it is, if you have a family who is in law enforcement and they're going to do something about you, about your online sexual harassment that you have, been subjected to. If you don't have anybody in law enforcement, they don't give a shit about you. And that is not a problem of the legal system. That is a problem of the way the legal system is enforced. So we shouldn't be changing the legal system. We should be changing the way that law enforcement works. But nobody wants to talk about that. Defund the police. Let me say that. Let me say that with my chest. We should defund the police. Okay. So yeah, they're liable for the materials hosted on their site. The easiest way for these sites to avoid that liability is to limit these things. This did not actually help victims and just made platforms forbid user-generated content. Excuse me. User-generated. It doesn't want me to say that. Content. Becomes question of how a site quickly and automatically makes the distinction between revenge porn, a photo of shirtless men at Pride Parade, or a ballet troupe wearing skin tone leotards. They don't really, it all gets reported, and it's either up to the users to change the reporting, or they just ban any photos that show too much skin. You're not going to be banned from the internet for being openly queer, but queer people are hypersexualized. Let me highlight that for emphasis. Queer people are hypersexualized, and those whose everyday actions queer people are hypersexualized, and whose everyday actions are often seen. That's chewy. Through that kind of lens, two men wearing suspenders and leather chaps at parade and kissing is adult content. Remember, this is the overlap between kink and queer content. A man and woman wearing swim trunks and a bikini and kissing on a beach is wholesome vacation photo. So content that looks like your content is more likely to be excluded by the kinds of filtering system these sites are likely to use, just like we have seen with Tumblr. But the really, really big deal about the Internet Act is that it could theoretically make it illegal for sites to keep encrypted and therefore impossible to scan for SAM or revenge porn files on their servers. I'm not sure about the encrypted issue, so let's look into read this. We're getting informed by a Tumblr post, guys. This is cool. Imagine that someone is storing revenge porn in an encrypted folder in their Google Drive and G Drive to distribute links. So a Google Drive. Google Drive. We store things on Google Drives all the time because we are students and we use Google Docs. People can download the content and encrypt it, but it's not visible to Google scanning tools because it's encrypted. So, if you've ever had like a hidden file on your computer, that's the idea. So then imagine that the person who has been sharing, don't hide things on your computer if you don't know how to unhide them. Don't hide anything important on your computer to test this out. Hide something that you do not mind not being able to access for a while. Please. Please, God, please. Okay, so imagine that the person who has been sharing it gets arrested and found that they were using Google to distribute revenge porn. With Earn It in place, Google is responsible for revenge porn hosted on their servers. Okay, let's take a step back and think about what that means for like academic content. If your professor is sharing a video and the video is, say, copyright content, then your professor, yeah, they could potentially go to jail, and Google could, be sued for allowing them to share that file with you. Yeah, IP laws suck. So anyway, and a really easy way to avoid that is to not provide any encrypted storage. That means that basically the same content algorithms that make sure my Twitch stream isn't playing copyrighted music would be searching Google for that documentary about dogs that you watched last week in class. Well, it's kind of concerning if you use Google storage to keep personal photos or medical information, or if you use Google to coordinate with an activist group. Do not coordinate with activist groups online, please, for God's sake. Jesus Christ. I mean, look, okay, there's a difference between, like, creating information networks and like, talking to people online about, like, the concept of activism. There's a difference between what you do online in the theoretical world, the theoretical armchair philosopher world, that, like, still has, like, real implications on your life, but then, like, you know, actual, like, activism outside of the house. You know, you go out of the house to go to a protest, you leave all of the technology at home. Don't use your real name online, please. Here's a really good, really long write-up on how Earn-It isn't really about what you can post on public platforms. It's about forbidding end-to-end encryption on sites that host user content. So while I get that this is concerning to think that you are going to be banned from the internet because of who you are, the bigger issue is the bill is a push to remove one of the things that makes it possible for internet users to keep themselves safe and protect their privacy, and will shift the burden of encryption and security from users to people who aren't really equipped, or no, from for users to people who aren't really equipped to handle it, the users. So you have to protect your own information now. I guess that's why everybody's selling VPNs all of a sudden. Okay. Let's go to our next post, where we're informative. Where are we? We're getting there. Harris, the conveniently forgotten enemy. I'm about this. Brush my concerns aside, whether temporarily or even the whole 2020 election. The 2020 election day, so this is before the election, and no matter who you were voting for the presidential election, I would appreciate if you took this time to heed my warning. Kamala Harris is the pick for the vice president. Okay. On August 11th, I'm trying to, like, edit for time, but sometimes, like, there's no easy way to do that. On August 11th, Joe Biden announced Kamala Harris as his pick. I didn't know this at the time. I was working remote. When I came back at the beginning of September, my stomach dropped. It was when Harris ran to become the Democratic presidential candidate back in 2019. Then I and many others learned of her atrocious political career. But what has she done, you may be asking? Well, Kamala Harris is a cop. Yeah, sorry. She fought against a Supreme Court ruling to reduce California prison overcrowding. There's a link in there. Despite the California Innocence Project helping Daniel Larson to prove his innocence in court of a concealed weapon conviction, Harris appealed the ruling because of a technicality, but federal magistrate judge Suzanne Segal ordered his immediate release. She opposed legislation that would have required her office to investigate police shooting fatalities. How many more people need to die before she steps in, said Felicia Jones. Prosecuted people for non-violent crimes such as marijuana convictions. I believe Kamala Harris was the candidate who bragged about sending out an email about how she would be imprisoning parents if their children were habitually truant from school. So if your child skips school, you as a parent will go to jail. I shouldn't have to explain to you why this is an issue, but basically parents who are in jail cannot take care of their kids, and parents who are working multiple jobs and just, you know, one job sometimes even, don't always have control over whether their children are, first of all, able to go to school or making it to school. So this is not an issue that really needs to be dealt with through imprisoning people, but rather through giving them more options to help their kids get to school. People might say, well, we have school buses. My high school did not have a school bus, so if my neighbor was not willing to drive me to school, I would not have been able to get to school for about a year. So my mom would have gone to jail. That's great. So prosecuted people for nonviolent crimes such as marijuana convictions, with her defending that practice with her defending that practice in her book, Smart on Crime. Nonviolent crimes exact a huge toll on America's communities. It's important to fight all crime. Drug crimes in particular exact a terrible toll and rob young and old of hope. I actually know what the young and old are being robbed of hope because you are criminalizing them and throwing them in jail for nonviolent crimes. Let's be real here. Come on. Co-sponsored SESTA. She co-sponsored this bill. Remember, it was bipartisan. You can cherry pick the good Kamala Harris has done. And, I'm not going to say that Kamala Harris has never done any good in her life. I'm just going to say that I don't know. I can see her for what she is, just another dangerous politician, although at this time under the guise of a progressive candidate who understands the plight of the marginalized. I wish I could like her. I could say that about any politician, but with her, she could have given a voice to the overlooked and the outcasts of society, but knowing that this isn't the case, that she is no ally to people like me, it makes my skin crawl. I want to be happy that a fellow woman of color is rising through the political ranks, yet I can't be. It's rough out there, guys. And the thing is, and if we want to talk about, get into, the whole issue of bipartisan politics, what were we supposed to do, vote for Trump? We were kind of backed into a corner because, bipartisan team supports politics. Hashtag Bernie Sanders, I guess. So yeah. Maybe you believe that Kamala Harris is slowly but legitimately changing for the better. Maybe you think she's slightly more progressive than the establishment. Don't be quiet, thinking that it will result in eventual change. Speak up for yourself and others. Let's hold our politicians accountable. I learned long ago that wishing for other people to take action results in nothing, and that voting is only one step forward, when really we need to take dozens more for meaningful change. Ask yourself, and you may ask yourself, what am I doing to prevent political violence and change? It's a song I'm quoting. I'm trying to do a song. Kind of my voice is super hoarse because I've been talking for almost 4 hours straight up. 40 minutes, 4 hours. It's okay, guys. But anyway, organize your political events, write to your politicians, run for office, and take care of people in your life. I'm not waiting for Kamala Harris to fix up our criminal justice system and renounce her past mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, it's there's a lot going on out there. Let's see, next one. Information index. So this is the Post Plus protests. This is Post Plus, the iOS situation. Oh, I forget what this is. Oh yeah. Tumblr, the iOS, the jar, miscellaneous, memes. Oh yeah, Post Plus. Post Plus is Tumblr tried to monetize the posts. I believe that's what happened. So this is all information about the Post Plus. And I don't know if Post Plus is still a thing. But yeah, and so basically the deal was you could monetize any post, and the problem with Post Plus is that a lot of Tumblr content, a majority of Tumblr content is fan content, which means if you draw a picture of, Dory, and you try to monetize it, well, that's still technically Disney property, so you are committing IP crimes. You wouldn't steal a car, so why would you steal an image of Dory that you created yourself? Yeah. Let's see. Every time I see a post about Tumblr banning NSFW stuff, every time, but mostly when people act... Wait, hold on. But mostly when people act like it was Tumblr's stupid decision, has everybody forgotten the actual reason? It's harmful. to sex workers. It was proposed, they can't remember if it was proposed as an anti-sex worker bill, if it was consequence. I mean, come on, let's be real. Come on. There's a Vox article. We already read that article. Anyways, the Tumblr ban is consequence of systematic, or the Tumblr ban, NSFW ban. Jeez, cannot read right now. Anyway, the Tumblr NSFW ban is a consequence of a systemic problem, not a bad commercial decision. I mean, here's the thing. Here, I think we can say it's both. That's my position. I think it's both. And sometimes we stumble. Very relatable. This is a really hard to read blog. Some people don't really like. Some people have not, heard of, the visually impaired. And I'm not typically visually impaired, but when it comes to this blog, I am very impaired right now. I cannot see what any of that says unless I highlight it. So, quick rundown. It was signed into law, bipartisan support. Several well-known companies and celebrities actively supported these bills. My personal favorite is this PSA. I kind of want to try to watch this, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm able to. It's illegal to do that. What's wrong with that? The internet platform is responsible. The means of a sex trafficker is found using Tumblr. Sesta is FOSTA Tumblr, or under Sesta FOSTA Tumblr is what? Am I even like, I feel like that whole entire sentence was incoherent. This means if a sex trafficker is found using Tumblr, Tumblr is liable. There we go, that's better. Backpages, Craigslist, Instagram, and Tumblr have blanket banned adult content. This is not Tumblr's fault. I mean, yeah, both and. Like, we can be mad at multiple people. I think it's fair to be mad at multiple people. These bills harm trafficked victims. Yeah. It's dangerous to sex workers. This is going to be very difficult to read. So this is informative. Many people have been asking what type of support sex workers are seeking right now. Donate funds. There's the funds. Be vocal in public about supporting sex workers' rights and opposing SESTA. I hope that's what we're doing right now. Check in with your sex worker friends and family, or the people you used to follow on Tumblr. If you clients and fans, if you're a regular trusted client, I feel like I would be. I feel like if I read that, I would be legal situations. I'm not gonna read that. I mean, I like when it comes to React content, I realized like retroactively that I picked probably the worst kind of content, the most maybe not the most controversial content, but like algorithmically speaking, one of the worst forms of content for just the algorithms are not going to support me. I mean, I'm not monetized yet, so like I think that's a risk that I can take. But if I was monetized, I might consider twice about picking this content, which I think tells you tells you a lot about the environment that we live in. But anyway, so this is a meme. This is Shrek, and in the original, he's talking to Donkey, I guess. Donkey is the annoying donkey character who never stops talking. And he says, "Could you not fuck up the internet for 5 minutes?" And his see, when your eyes are the red red glare thing, that means that you're like super angry. Nintendo sues to shut down 2 big ROM sites. I don't know about that issue. That is the guy who did What did he do? He did something. It was very big for a while. Everybody was talking about it. But we all kind of forgot about it. Like we forgot about Ceston Fosta. Whoops. Oh, Ajit Pai. That's Ajit Pai and net neutrality. So that's the dude who said we don't need anymore. Thanks, dude. So yeah, we're. This is. Shoot, I don't know. Is this gonna get me banned? I'm just gonna like cover that. No, you can't see it. Okay. 2019, 1769. One of my favorite things is this billboard. No, we can't. One of my favorite things in the world is this billboard, and it's one of those. I think it's like a Mormon billboard, and it's like Mozart was such a great musician. Classical music is so pure and innocent, and Mozart was the guy who wrote the song that's like lick my butt. It's not called that, but you know that's what the song is. That's what the song. I've said shit, but I don't want to say ass. What is wrong with me? Anyway, so yeah, no, like it's and people will say, wow, this guy had a lot of kinks, but like, guys, no, this is just what classical music. This is what classical music was. This is what secular classical music was. I mean, Mozart is Baroque. No, Bach is Baroque, and Bach wrote a song that was a drinking song, and then he made it into a church song. So now, when you sing about Jesus and how we're gonna have such a great time celebrating Jesus, what you're actually singing about is getting like shit faced in the bar. Because that's what their music was originally written for. So look, guys, classical music, Baroque music, history has never been a sterile place. There have always been. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is Eric Andre. This is an Eric Andre meme. And Eric Andre is shooting someone and blaming the person for like shooting himself. So Eric Andre is Tumblr staff. The guy he's shooting is Tumblr. And then banning adult content is the act of shooting. Like the gun he's shooting, and banning adult content. Banning adult content killed Tumblr. And then then Tumblr staff says, why would NSFW blogs do this? I don't know. I don't think it's as funny when I explain it. So this is the iceberg, and there's like iceberg theory, like Twitch iceberg theory, and so like basically it's the same concept of the grapevine, like the Tumblr grapevine, but then it's this particular one is related to like OnlyFans banning sexually explicit content. So you have MasterCard, not wanting to pay out sex workers, banks not wanting to pay out sex workers, right-wing evangelical lobby that is funding banks and MasterCard. Exodus Cry. I don't know what Exodus Cry is, but it's something. It's something. And Cesta Fosta, which is at the base of the iceberg. Which I like. Arguably speaking, I think that we could probably put Cesta Fosta a little bit higher up, and then right-wing evangelical lobby a little bit down. That's just my perspective. Let's go to the next. We're almost done. These are little links. This is gonna be. I'm gonna give this like a hot second to. I need to drink of my beverage. Ooh. Damn, I've been talking for like such a long time. I'm gonna lose my voice tomorrow. I'm absolutely gonna like not be able to talk. So this is the link. Anti-porn organization takes aim at Twitter for NSFW ban. Sex workers warn. So yeah, this is a link. This is to an article, and this article will tell you important things. We're not going to look at the article because I've already been going for so long, but just know that it's there. These are the kind of posts that are out there with links. sex work decriminalization is becoming an issue for 2020. That's a link too. That goes to Rolling Stone. That's probably the Rolling Stone that was mentioned previously. Rolling Stone again. Legislatures are harming consensual sex workers by pursuing techniques of helping human trafficking victims that research shows are ineffective. Nice. And not nice. Not nice. I'm sorry, not nice. It's like, you ever had the experience of like seeing a post and being like, and it's like a post that's like, I just fell down a mountain and broke my leg in 3 places. And you want to like the post because liking the post is how you show your support, but at the same time you feel conflicted about liking the post because you don't actually like what happened to the person. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's like simultaneously like really weird and then like fascinating how like we don't have time for this. We don't have time. But I'm just gonna say it just makes me think so like makes my brain do things. I love it. Okay, good news. Bill to study the impact of FOSTA reintroduced. So this is Ro Khanna and Barbara Lee, along with Senators Elizabeth Warren and Ron Wyden, introduced a bill to study the actual impact of FOSTA on sex workers. While that bill, unfortunately, that tells me that there's going to be bad news. I really want to read this now, but we don't have time. New law. So this is Sesta FOSTA, right? Vox, that's the link we read. Say What Politics. This is, I think we read this. Huffington Post. Did we read a Huffington Post? I feel like we read Huffington Post. I don't know what its little, this is Insider, Wired. Huffington Post. We read 2 Huffington Posts. Okay. Cat School. The lady turning into a cat. I love cats. Anything that has cats is good. This has a lot of words. This is Medium. A Medium article. Did we read a Medium article? Mashable. No. Maybe we didn't read that one. What the heck? That's okay. We read so many articles. I should have probably read like half the articles that I did. This is a good one. I really actually wanted to react to this. We got more notifications. Okay. This is Cody Shoddy. And Cody is a YouTuber. And he does the channel called Some More News. He's basically like John Oliver if John Oliver was unhinged. Unhinged John Oliver. Unhinged far left John Oliver. Let's call it that. He makes very, very good content, and you should definitely check it out if you're not already subscribed to him, which, like, surprisingly, a ton of people are actually, like, a ton of people that I've, like, talked to, like, about him have already been subscribed to him. Those people have good taste. Okay, and this is our last link. This is Philadelphia Weekly. I don't think we read a Philadelphia Weekly. Did we? Oh, no, we did. Yeah, we read this one. Like, did we read these articles? Let's read them. Multimedia. There's only one multimedia post. Let's go ahead and open up our call to action post. So this is is that Republican or representative? I don't know. And Wagner asks for OnlyFans investigation, calls all sex work illegal. Remember, OnlyFans is the place where you sell your feet pics. The evangelical women trying to make sure OnlyFans disappear don't realize that if I lose income, I'll start fucking their husbands for money again. Remember, We have to, you know, we gotta make money somehow. If you can't sell your free feet pics, or not your, why do I keep saying it's a meme? It's because it's a meme. If you can't sell your feet pics on OnlyFans, you're gonna have to, you know, diversify. I'm looking at you, and Wagner. This is I call this multimedia because we have a link here, and then we have a Twitter post, and then we have a meme at the end. Or is that a React or a meme? I think that the addition of the React memifies it. What do you think? Tell me in the comments. It's good. It's good. I feel myself drinking the tea, and the tea is refreshing. Close some of these. Okay. Only most sex workers knew OnlyFans would eventually fuck them over, but what alternatives did they have? The internet has become increasingly more hostile to them, with the spaces that you depend on to make a living can be taken away at any time. You're always at risk of losing everything you worked on. Remember, sex work is a real job. Selling feet pics online is a real job. It takes work. In this difficult times, we should support sex workers and fight any legislation that attempts to make them disappear. Solidarity. This is my call to action, I think. No, this is not my call to action. Yes, this is my call to action section. Okay. So, call to action. We need to support sex workers. We need to fight legislation. I mean, okay, I'm a crusty anarchist, so I believe we should fight all legislation, but this time we are specifically referring to legislation that harms sex workers. For the clarity. I will keep fighting. I will keep trying. I will make sure this policy ends up about as lasting as New Coke. Maybe even less. Not even a day. I don't remember what New Coke was. Maybe I'm too young. Maybe I'm too old. I will fight for as long as it takes. I'm going to try to revert Sesta Fosta back to some moldy paper written by Helen Lovejoy's tone-deaf, homophobic cousin gathering dust in some dirty basement. I don't understand that reference. I don't know. For LGBT, for an NSFW, for SFW, for straights, for gays, lesbians, trans, bi people, black, we're going to do black people. We're going to say black people, white people, native people, Latino people, Asian people, Filipino people, humans, cats, dogs, elephants, turtles, tortoises, robots becoming sentient and human-like, and hopefully becoming friends with mankind instead of evil. Aliens discovering our ways in society for you, for me, for everyone. I love the internet. I love Tumblr. I want both to be safe from all the bad that comes its way. I want both to be safe from all the bad that comes its way. What? Yeah, okay. I want to destroy occupies net neutrality repeal articles, that anything and everyone that tried to harm the internet everyone loves, however you do it, staying on Tumblr, leaving Tumblr, forming a mob outside Tumblr or Verizon HQ or any political buildings, whatever. As a person who is streaming, I do not advocate violence. For clarity. Don't try to jail me, government. Whatever. I wish you the best of all luck. Now go save the day any way you can. Go and be the magic that magically undoes all the bad things going on. I will say, okay, but like the difference, yeah, we're not going to talk about that right now. Like, if I keep saying that, like, we're not going to talk about that right now. But like, if I talked about all the things that I said I wasn't going to talk about right now, then like I would be like, this would be so much longer than it already is. I'm so sorry for everyone who thought this was gonna be just like a short little stream. It's like little baby stream where we just like okay. I have the chat back open. It cut off for a little bit. I hope nobody was trying to get a hold of me. But anyway, okay. You really need to contact your Congress people and tell them. What does this link go to? Find your representative. Find your representative. Please, for the love of God, don't kill Section 230 due to this. Just expand antitrust and adversarial interoperability. Ooh. Ooh. Boy, I don't know what that is, but I want to know now. Interoperability is the act of making a new product or service work within an existing product or service. You can put any dish into a dishwasher, or any USB charger into a car cigarette lighter. Adversarial. Okay. Adversarial interoperability. That's when you create a new project or service that plugs into the existing one without the permission of companies that make them. Think of third-party printer ink, alternative app stores, or independent. This is about open source software. So the idea behind open source software is that anybody can have access to your software, which means that your software, say we are talking about an algorithm that decides what is a hot dog or what is not a hot dog. If your software is private, then only people who can access that are people who are your people. And the only people who can use that software are people who are you license it to, who you allow to use it, okay? Like a video game. No, that's wrong. Because you can actually go into the source code of most video games that are on your computer and change them. That's why we have mods. I mean, yeah, it's think of a world without mods for video games. So now I'm thinking to myself, what if people are console users instead of PC users? Okay, let's dive into that. Okay, if you are a user of a console, you cannot use mods because the software is closed. Look, I know absolutely nothing about creating software mods for video games. How to create a software mod for a video game, create a mod, and put it into my video game and play it like in 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the difference between open source code and closed source code. My Xbox, yeah, no, this is not happening. My computer games, I can download a piece of custom content from the internet and plop it into my Sims 4 game in like 3 minutes and play it. And the only thing I have to worry about is load time. So adversarial interoperability was once the driver of tech's dynamic marketplace, where the biggest firms could go from the top of the heap to scrap metal in an eye blink, where tiny startups could topple dominant companies before they even knew what hit them. The current crop has secured laws, regulations, and court decisions that have dramatically restricted adversarial interoperability. Software patents, and the Alice decision, I don't know, but we're going to dive down literally. I mean, this is supposed to be a deep dive, but I didn't actually want to deep dive any farther than I've already dived. Divin? Comment section. Divin, dove. Dove? Maybe it's dove. I didn't want to dive any farther. Big tech climbed up the adversarial ladder and pulled it behind them. That can and should change as big tech grows ever more concentrated. Restoring adversarial interoperability must be a piece of the solution to that concentration. What does that mean? Making big companies smaller makes their mistakes less consequential, and it deprives them of the monopoly of profits they rely on to lobby for rules that make competing with them even harder. If your favorite YouTuber is a multi-millionaire, and YouTube only gives a tiny fraction of that multi-millionaires, the profits, the ad revenues, the subscriber revenues, that they have, that person has made that company, think about how much money YouTube is making off of them. Remember. Yeah, I don't, yeah. So by breaking up these tech corporations, we deconcentrate. Is that a word? We dilute the amount of capital that is in any one corporation's hands, which means that the corporation has less capital to lobby the government with. Money is power. Money is literally power. I mean, we know that from the credit card. Okay, so interoperability, fixed internet, tech companies, taxonomy of different kinds of of interoper. I can't. Okay. It talks taxonomy. So it's indifferent. I don't care if you plug your thing into my product, to cooperative. Please plug your thing into my product, to adversarial. Dang it, stop plugging your thing into my product. Unix and adversarial interoperability. The one weird antitrust trick that defined computing. These are all links. Okay, we're gonna be done. We're gonna be done with this because this is a lot. Like this is new even to me. And so like I would need more time. A lot of politicians are getting really horny for kill Section 230 as a solution to the problem of Facebook and other tech monopolies. And the thing is that these tech monopolies are a very serious problem. But I think we should all understand that allowing the government to have direct control over our internet expression is a bad idea, and so it's probably not the best solution. And then once again, the question of like who should be in charge of what we say on the internet. I mean that like yes, there is content that should not be allowed on the internet, but who is in charge of deciding that, and who are we willing to give that power to? Elon Musk should not have that power, but who should? You know. So yeah, let's go to the next one. Oh geez, we missed. This person made 2 posts and we missed it. Is this? Oh, maybe I switched it. Okay. I bet y'all will care twice as much when it starts affecting other kinds of internet censorship. No one gave a shit when the censorship only harmed sex workers, but now it's affecting your access to titties. Y'all are up in arms about it. I mean, I think that's a reduction, but I think that they are responding to a reduction of the issue in the first place, and yeah. Foster says it's blame for new policies you're seeing. Donate to the EFF. The EFF, I believe we have seen articles from the EFF, multiple articles from the EFF. That's EFF.org. That's Electronic Frontier. Hold on, let's actually like go. Electronic Frontier Foundation. So, here's the thing. I'm not going to tell you who to donate to. I think that part of deciding who you're going to donate to, if you decide to donate, if you can afford to donate, you remember, you gotta eat, babe. So you feed yourself first. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, you gotta eat. So feed yourself first. But if you have money and if you care to donate, I'm not going to recommend who you should donate to, but you should, if you want to this is gonna be up on YouTube. If you want to push it back, look through any of these organizations that are recommended to donate to. I would do your research, see, if you support the actions of the, different organizations, different people, whoever, whatever. Do your research. But I would recommend, I'd say, yeah, donate if you have the money. You can still post the titty if it's in the context of an act of a protest. Reblog to free the nipple for women as well as trans masc individuals such as myself. Solidarity. We have solidarity. I think though that they like the algorithm. I think the algorithm's gonna get you. Internet censorship is only going to get worse unless we do something real about it at the source, at legislation. Thank you. Yes. This is true. And then of course my favorite one, I had no idea how to like categorize this post, but I decided that it would probably be best in the call to action. So repeal Sesta Fosta. And this is such a good image, and like the more I look at this image, the happier, like the maybe not happy is a good word. Like the more I look at this image, like the more it so good. She's gonna hit him on the head with her heel. Good, it's good, it's good stuff. Like, dude, there are artists in the world, and it's good. It's good. I don't like that. Call your senators, storm their offices, peacefully, peacefully, please. Tell them to repeal Sesta Fosta. And then of course, then wait, no. Okay, we're gonna go. Here we go. No, that's not where we're going. Back to the back to the point. So what is really going on here? That this might be a good time to bring things together. What was Tumblr? Tumblr was a place to be chill, man. Like Tumblr was a place to be chill. Tumblr was a place to explore yourself. Tumblr was a place to have a good time. Tumblr was a place to talk to your friends. Tumblr was a community, and we live in an era where a lot of us are alienated, where a lot of us are we had helicopter parents who made us stay inside all the time, so we never like got out and met the neighbors. We were raised in this era of fear and anxiety about what is outside and what is lurking. My cousin starts yelling anytime a van drives by. I mean, it's this is the world that we grew up in, and it was largely dramatized by media narrative framing, and it left us with a lot of anxiety about the world. And so now we all go on Tumblr to talk about how afraid we are to go outside, and maybe most of us should touch grass. But Tumblr is a lot of things to a lot of people, and yeah. Why did it ban female presenting nipples? Well, it banned female presenting nipples for a lot of reasons. Which include but are not limited to the Sesta Fosta, include but are not limited to the iPhone App Store, include but are not limited to the ability to monetize the site, to make a profit off of the site. All of the above. And of course, like, let's talk about like female presenting nipples, right? Why is it that we ban female presenting nipples? Well, because we live in a misogyny. Who did that harm? It harmed everybody. I mean, let's be real. We lost communities. We lost communities of people who had a safe place, a safe harbor in a kind of crappy world. Not even kind of crappy, like a totally shitty world. And it was it was a rough time. My kitchen sink, or not my kitchen sink, bathroom sink, my bathroom sink. My bathroom sink, was really upset. There were other people. There were like real people who were harmed, who had to all of a sudden find a way to pay rent because they no longer had a reliable source of income. There were queer and trans people, people of color who were queer and trans, and disabled people who were queer and trans, and all of these people who had a place to express themselves, had a place to create content, and had a community, had a safe place, and then they no longer had that anymore. Why did it harm them? Because losing your community is, it's one of the hardest things to lose, especially when you live, in a place where it's hard to find community. I mean, I think a lot of us tend to think about the gays in, San Francisco, the gays in LA, the gays on the coast, but there I had friends on Tumblr from all over all over every single state, and some of them were living in really awful situations in states like Florida that's about to pass the Don't Say Gay bill. And it those people, like I didn't have much community. I didn't have very many friends. And those people had even less community and friends than I had. So that, the loss of community, that's loss of income. So is there a way to do what Tumblr did without all of this happening? I mean, I think is there a way to ban porn? Is there a way to ban porn without all of the fallout? And I would say no. The erotic and the pornographic are, I believe it was a Supreme Court ruling. Excuse me. It was a Supreme Court ruling that decided that pornography was legal because they could not. The deciding whether content was pornographic or whether it was erotic was so subjective, so difficult to discern from one piece of work to another, that it was almost impossible. It was just an impossible thing to decide. So we cannot tell the difference between the erotic. We cannot tell the difference between the pornographic because these are such nebulous categories that are entirely contingent upon your own perspective. And one person will have a radically different perspective from another person over whether something is pornographic or erotic. So yeah, there is no way to ban sex workers. There's no way to just ban sex workers, to just harm sex workers. There's no way to just ban pornography without harming sex workers. There's no way to just ban exploitation without creating a whole new system of exploitation. And that's a hard fact to encounter because, we think, oh, what about the children? We need to save the children. And you really want to save the children? You have to get actual people to moderate internet content, like actual human beings, because only a human being and not an algorithm can tell whether or not that image is of a child that's being exploited. And we don't live in a society that's willing to put resources into that. And I think we should question, if we really care about the children, we should question why that is. So what does any of this have to do with me? Like, for real, answer this question. I mean, I think that I've stated this pretty clearly. I think everybody should probably understand this by now. Like, this is an intersectional issue, and we are all part of. Let's get quirky. We're all part of the human grapevine. We live in a society, and we should care about the inhabitability. I don't even know. I'm not even trying to read this and I can't even say it. Okay. We should care about the environment that we subject people to who are not ourselves. We should care about other people. Like, it shouldn't have anything to do with you. But at the same time, I mean, the categories of sexuality, the categories of gender expression are also nebulous. They're also vague. So, sure, you might think you're a cishet person today, but you never know. You never know. You never know. How you doing? Okay. Online censorship is often implicitly, if not deliberately, designed to limit the way that queer people express themselves. This is compounded when those people have overlapping marginal identities by exploiting the vague notion of erotic versus pornographic legislation against online community expression, even when done with the best intentions, will always and inevitably harm those most marginalized. I like to bury the lead. So this is like these slides are like the pieces of my project, I guess. Oh no, we're gonna have to do some like IRL editing. Let's see. Hit that slide. How many times did I post? Okay, no, it's good. It's good. It's good. Justice Foster was designed to present sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors over the internet. I don't agree with that. Was ostensibly. We're gonna do some live editing. I think ostensibly is actually my favorite word. Ostensibly. Like probably, but like fancy. Fancy probably. Like probably, most likely, kind of, sort of, you know what I mean. That's ostensibly. Yeah, I like ostensibly. I think I use it like too often too. Designed to present sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors over the internet. Sesta Fosta both made prosecutors' jobs more difficult and also made private consenting adults' photos subject to online censorship. And further legislation could make even more extreme forms of internet censorship the new norm across all social media sites. I hope I proved that to you. In this essay, I will. That's a meme. Okay, so does this project have a thesis or? Why don't you come up with Anon and ask me that one more time? The point. While Tumblr was at one time a great place for trans and queer people to create community, legislative acts of internet censorship have caused staff to all but destroy some of their most active and productive user bases and communities. These decisions have impacted the potential of the space to function as a gathering space for marginalized people and has disrupted information networks that users created. I think I need a breather after that one. The conclusion. So I hate to say this, but like this all seems like a total bummer. Like, what can anybody do about this? I'm glad you asked. And so, like we were talking about earlier, a lot of these things feel like ancient history, like 2017. Like, what was I even doing in 2017? I don't even remember 2017. What? What is 2017? Well, guys, stop. Earn it. Earn it. Earn it is happening in 2020. So Earn It is happening in 2020. And right now, Earn It is it's not happening at this moment, but it is in the urgency. So oh wait, I have to switch to Firefox. So there's the urgency of now. I can close that. I love the feeling of closing tabs and windows as you're winding down a project. That's such a good feeling. Okay. If you don't know about the situation, here's the post that brought it to my attention. Check out that post. Earn It is back in the Senate. Tumblr's NFW ban hitting the entire internet this spring. Urgent. Earn It is back in the Senate. Tumblr's Earn It Act has been roundly condemned by nearly every LGBTQ plus advocacy and human rights organization. This font is like really tiny, guys. This is a bill that will make children less safe, undermine online safety and security, and trample free expression because it carves out another exception to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, CDA 230, which ACLU describes as foundational to modern online communications. This has been a law that has let the internet grow into what it is today. We've had this law since the 90s. For context, Trump wanted to get rid of this law because he knew it would lead to mass government surveillance and censorship of minorities online. Is that true? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. The Internet Act will lead to online censorship. Platforms will be incentivized to scan their users' communications and censor all sex-related content, including sex education. Literally got my sex education from Tumblr, guys. It's bad. I've lived in California my whole entire life. I got the most comprehensive sex education from Tumblr. Like, can we be real for a minute? That's sad. Okay. Anything LGBT, transgender, or non-binary education, support systems, and sex worker communication, according to the ACLU. All this in the name of protecting kids and fighting SCEM, both of which the bill does nothing of the sort. In fact, it makes fighting SCEM even harder. What does SCEM mean? Child. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it's child, you know. Child exploitation. Most, if not all, adult content and accounts removed from mainstream platforms for fear of the liability that could come with accidentally hosting childhood or child exploitation. This is really not a drill. Anyone who makes or consumes anything adult online has to be prepared to fight Senator Blumenthal's Earn It Act brought from the grave by bipartisan consensus to destroy 230. Earn It will open the way for politicians to define a category of pornography as they or the lobbies that fund them please. Right now, right-wing organizers are categorizing books about racism as porn to ban them from school, which is the cherished goal of organizations that seek to introduce obscenity prosecutions for content now protected by free speech jurisprudence. Can I make this bigger? There we go. This will. Let's see. There's 1, 3, and 3. 1,000,000% be used to eradicate anything LGBT online. What this bill says it does on the surface is make platforms liable for their users' activity if that activity involves sex and minors. However, because of 230, platforms are not liable at all about their users' activity. This has allowed platforms to grow and thrive and many niches online to exist as well. The bill creates an unelected commission to create best practices to combat online child exploitation. Remember, the people, and we've read about this in the article earlier, the people who are creating these best practices are not people who have any experience being in these communities. These are your old white dude elected senators who, the extent of their internet experience is banning their child from using the computer because the gays are on the computer. I mean, I guess there's Ted Cruz who liked porn on 9/11. Do you really want Ted Cruz, who liked porn on 9/11, dictating whether or not you can also like porn on 9/11? Come on, guys. Let's be real. I support the right of all of us to like porn on 9/11. Hashtag Ted Cruz liked porn on 9/11. While these recommendations are nominally, I do not support Ted Cruz, just his right to like porn on 9/11. Are nominally voluntary, so Americans have no decision who gets to be on it. Platforms that refuse to comply will be liable for criminal prosecutions and lawsuits should the government decide any of their users is engaging in online child sexual exploitation. This is already a nightmare enough. So yeah, you should look into this creator. You should read this post. Here's what I'll do. I'll This is for people on YouTube. You can pause. You can look through it. What can you do? Contact your senator and House members. This is urgent. March, when the bill would be passed if there's no opposition. It was not passed, so there may be some opposition. It already has a fifth of the Senate co-sponsoring it. There's a very, very real chance this bill becomes law. It's an uphill battle. Please fight now. So, more sources that you can look into, that you can read, send letters. I mean, tell people about it. Because the thing is, guys, that you only know about these things if you tell other people about it. And so often, the biggest problem that we face is that people just don't know these things. Sometimes I'll be on my little news things and I'll learn something and I'll bring it up in class and like nobody will know about it. And sometimes everybody knows about it, but sometimes nobody knows about it. So just tell people. Find an excuse to shoehorn your political issues into everyday average conversation, because that's where they belong. And we have this anxiety about talking about politics, and like we need to talk about politics more, because our silence is allowing violence. Silence is violence. Silence is allowing violence. We need to tell people what is going on. So this is 5/6/22. This is from 6 days ago. 10 terrible tech bills from the 117th Congress Earn It Act. There's no shortage of legislation addressing this. Senator Lindsey Graham. His name keeps showing up. Guys, send a letter. Senator Lindsey Graham. Send a strongly worded letter to Senator Lindsey Graham that Ted Cruz should be allowed to like porn on 9/11. That was so bad. This is bad. It's good. Like this is my niche. I am a creator of cringe content. Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced legislation. Send a letter to Marjorie Taylor Greene that Ted Cruz should be allowed to like porn on 9/11. Let's see. Are there any other names? Any other names we should find here? So, protecting children from violent crimes and sexual exploitation is of paramount importance. Nobody disagrees with that. But it's also important that legislation accomplishes what it's intended to accomplish. The Earn It Act would not. So what are you doing? What are we doing after this? First of all, we're going out, spreading the word. We're liking and subscribing. You don't have to. You don't have to. It'd be good. It'd be nice if you did. But it's all about the action, guys. We need to be doing something about this. We need to be doing whatever we can. And sometimes whatever you can do is just, building your Tumblr network and sending it through the grapevine, as a lot of these creators have done. And, here is my entry into the grapevine. Yeah. Closing all the tabs now. Wait, oh shoot. Oh no. No face cam. There we go, no face cam in chat. Well, let's do some face cam. It's only been like, Oh no, my hair. I pushed my hair all the way back. Okay. Wow. Face reveal. Face reveal. Okay. But no, I just want to take a moment. I want to take a moment. Finally made it to the end. We persevered. It was 5 hours. I really had no idea it was going to be this long. I should have anticipated it because I mean this is kind of what Twitch content is about, is 5-hour long streams. I hope that felt full circle. I hope that it was coherent. I hope that there's something of value for somebody in this. And it was kind of a a passion project. And that's silly to say because like it's a paper for class and like, you have to find scholarly sources. But at the same time, once I decided on the topic, once I decided on, I'm gonna make this about Tumblr, I'm gonna make this about the queer community on Tumblr, and the potential for it, it just all kind of, made sense to me. And I don't know. I hope that I've done, what I can. So thank you. If you stayed this long, thank you so much. Like even if you didn't watch it live and you're watching it in retrospect, you're watching it after the fact. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for experiencing this with me. And dude downstairs started yelling to interrupt me in the middle of my heartfelt speech. But no. Yeah, like thank you. And I think I'm gonna end stream now. And don't forget to tell Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lindsey Graham that Ted Cruz deserves the right to like porn on 9/11. That's all I have for tonight. Good night and it's Thursday now. Have a good Friday. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourself.